At Barclays, we're here for every goal. We're here for the Premier League and the Barclays Women's Super League. We're here for the football chants and for giving more girls a chance. We're here for the grassroots and all the muddy boots. From schools to stadiums, we're here for it all. Barclays, here for every goal.
Crime Monthly presents Evil Uncovered is the brand new podcast that leads you into the darkest corners of the human mind. From the makers of the best-selling UK true crime magazine, each episode delves into 3 chilling cases, including cult leaders with deeply sinister motives, notorious roadside abductions, and dangerous deceits that led to murder. Embark on a journey through 24 tales of real-life terror that shocked the world. Evil Uncovered. Follow us wherever you get your podcasts.
The Clyde One Super Scoreboard Podcast.
With Lucas Jaguar. Looking to sell your Jaguar? Contact them today for a no-obligation quotation.
It's game day, and this is the home of Scottish football. It's Clyde One Super Scoreboard.
Good afternoon and welcome to Clyde One Super Scoreboard as we get back to the bread and butter of domestic football after a tough week in Europe. Celtic and Rangers don't need to test their hangovers until tomorrow against Ross County and St Johnstone respectively. Today it's all about Dundee, Kilmarnock, St Mirren, Dundee United and Hibs Motherwell in the top flight, and there's a top of the table clash in the Championship as Falkirk take on Ayr. I'm Gordon Duncan, and joining me as always you have Gordon Dalziel, Mark Wilson and Hugh Keevins.
A difficult week for Scottish football's image when the 2 biggest clubs in the country lose a total of 11 goals in Europe, but today it's about teams playing other teams of the same size, and there'll be no lack of fight at Dundee, Easter Road or Paisley, and no heads in the clouds either. Brendan Rodgers says if you dream in management you won't be in it long, so you can set the alarm for excitement today while Celtic and Rangers prepare to atone for their midweek embarrassment against Ross County and St Johnstone tomorrow.
Yeah, interesting games ahead. Dundee, Kilmarnock, 2 old pals meeting. Will that end in a draw like it? Very often was the word I was looking for. Often did last season. Hibernian and Motherwell were a realistic chance of joining Rangers on 13 points if they win there at Easter Road. And St Mirren, Dundee United, 2 teams that have been going along well, but Dundee United, wee bump in the road. Can they rediscover some form? But that game in the Championship, I know we don't often talk about it, as a cracker. Falkirk beaten last week, Ayr United flying high at the top of the table. That's going to be a good one.
Some cracking games in the top divisions, but I totally agree with Mark Wilson. I'm looking down at that one at Falkirk Stadium. Ayr United, first v second, that'll be a cracker. But all over the country I think we'll get bags of entertainment and bags of goals.
Well, I certainly hope you are right, so sit back and relax is usually how that phrase goes, but there is no relaxing to be done when Scottish football is around. I'm sure teams will put you through the ringer in one way or another this afternoon. There's bound to be drama, there's bound to be controversy, there's bound to be talking points, so stay in touch all afternoon on Twitter at Clyde SSB, and of course I will give you the nod later on when it's time to have your say on the phone lines as well. We move swiftly from European difficulties, shall we say. That might be an understatement for Celtic and Rangers. Hearts doing the business though, credit to them. But back to the bread and butter stuff today. So sit back at Clyde SSB on Twitter and let's start going through it all. Not too far from here, St Mirren against Dundee United in Paisley. Roger Hannah is there.
Yeah, looking forward to it, Gordon. I actually saw the 2 sides meet earlier in the season. United beat St Mirren in the Premier Sports Cup up at Tannadice. You talk about European difficulties. It was after St Mirren had played in Europe on a Thursday night. They looked leggy, they looked tired and lethargic, and they'll probably look for a bit of revenge here this afternoon. Ross Graham scored the only goal that day. United are 1 point, 1 place better off in the Premiership as well, and St Mirren with a game in hand. I saw Jim Goodwin's men snatch a dramatic 99th minute point with Super Scoreboard last week in that 3-3 thriller at Kilmarnock. Ross Graham again the hero when that last gasp penalty equaliser. Saints, of course, they were losing 2-1 to your beloved Motherwell at the time with a defeat which ended a 3-match unbeaten run after their early season Euro heroics. And of course, this fixture represents something of a homecoming for Dundee United boss Jim Goodwin, who captained the Buddies to League Cup glory in 2013 and was manager here directly before Stephen Robinson. The Saints are still without suspended Sean Rooney. Scott Tanser is also banned after his red card in the defeat at Motherwell. When Jayden Brown is absent today, that means a change of shape for St Mirren. They're going to go 4-3-3, and it's a first St Mirren start for Kevin Van Veen up top. We believe Ellery Balcom in goal. Back four: Marcus Fraser, Alec Gogic, Charles Dunn and Richard Taylor. Same midfield three as last week: Killian Phillips, the goal scorer at Fir Park, Caelan Boyd-Munson and the skipper Mark O'Hara. And then a front three of Toyosi Olasanya, Kevin Van Veen and Roland Eduwo. On the bench, Womono, Mandron and Kelty, Smith, Scott and Ayunga, Adeniran, Urminski and youngster Callum Penman. As for United, will they again miss Christian Trapanovsky? He's out for a month injured. Louis Moult is also out hurt today, and David Babunski is only on the bench after nursing a knock in midweek. So they have Jack Walton in goals, the same back three: Emmanuel Adebayoga, Declan Gallagher and Ross Graham. Lucas Stevenson, Vico Seville, who comes in for Babunski, Ross Docherty the skipper, Craig Sibbald and Will Ferry, and the front two: Sam Dalby, now partnered by Jort van der Sande. On the bench, it Holt, Babunski and Odada, Middleton, Thompson and Ubochioma, Fotheringham, Sturton and Richards. The referee is Ross Hardy, and the VAR in Paisley is Greg Aiken.
Looking forward to that one. Let's go to Dens Park. Old pals reunite. Dundee against Kilmarnock. Dave Galloway's there.
Both teams really need a positive result here this afternoon, Gordon. Dundee are without a victory in the last 5 games, including 3 straight defeats. But Tony Docherty believes they're playing better than results might suggest. And last weekend they gave Aberdeen plenty problems here, dominating the second half. However, they just couldn't apply the finishing touch. Kilmarnock surprisingly sits second bottom of the Premiership, having failed to get a league win so far this season, and have only tasted victory once in all competitions, and that was away to Tromsø 8 matches ago. Derek McInnes, though, is confident his side will soon get on track. A big day then for the D's and Killie as they seek some positivity to take into the international break. Looking at the team news then, and there's great news for Dundee. Mo Silla, who worryingly collapsed at half-time in the dressing room during that game against Aberdeen, he's straight back into the Dundee side. Curtis Main is the one change. He's in for Sammy Braybrook. So it's John McCracken in goals, a back three of Antonio Portales, Clark Robertson and Billy Cumetio. Across the middle, Ethan Ingram, Scott Tiffany, Mo Silla, Lyle Cameron and Zayad Larkesh. Up top, it's Curtis Main and Simon Murray. The subs for the D's: Carson, Astley, Mulligan, Adewumi, Finlay Robertson, Braybrook, Palmer Holden, Fraser and Vetro. As for Kilmarnock, well, 4 changes for them. The men coming in: Robbie McCrory, Robbie Dees, David Watson and Liam Donnelly. Out drop Kieran O'Hara, Jack Burrows, Stuart Finlay and Liam Polworth. So it's Robbie McCrory back in between the sticks. A back three of Lewis Mayo, Robbie Dees and Corey Ndaba. Midfield: Danny Armstrong, David Watson, Brad Lyons, Liam Donnelly and Matty Kennedy. Up top, Marley Watkins and Kyle Vassell. The subs for the visitors: O'Hara, Burrows, McKenzie, Mackay-Stephen, Murray, Cameron, Anderson, Wales and Bainbridge. Matchday referee here at Dens Park is Grant Irvin, and in charge of VAR it's Alan Muir.
Looking forward to that one as well. Plenty good fixtures to get our teeth stuck into today. None more so than Hibs Motherwell at Easter Road. Adam Binney is there.
Thank you, Gordon, and good afternoon from Easter Road. It's quite hard to believe that we're into October now, and this is only match day 7. New signings have had time to settle, some managers have already been given the bullets, and the league table is now slowly starting to take its shape. That's why it's so important that David Gray and Hibs get a result this afternoon. They certainly don't want to be heading in to the second international break of this season in 9th position, because that's where they are right now. Now, the Highbees were good, but not good enough to take any points from Rangers at Ibrox last weekend, and they'll perhaps need to be even better to beat Stuart Kettlewell's Motherwell this afternoon. The Steelmen are 4th in the table and have won 5 of their last 6 matches. Hibs, however, have just 1 win in 7. That single victory coming against St Johnstone last month, and is their only league win this campaign. David Gray names an unchanged 11 from last weekend's 1-0 defeat to Rangers. Joseph Bursic in goal, a back 4 of Lewis Miller, Marvin Paqueta, Warren O'Hara, and Jordan Obita. A midfield 2 in front of that back 4 of Kwon and Nectarios Triantis. 3 in front of them of Chris Cadden, Josh Campbell and Junior Hoylett, with Mikhailo Kukoravic up front. The subs are Smith, Levitt, Yuan, Iredale, McCurdy, Mariah Welsh, Bashiri, Gale and Milotkinov. Motherwell make 2 changes to the team that beat St Mirren last weekend. Kofi Balmer is in for Dan Casey, and Apostolos Stamatolopoulos replaces Moses Bay in attack. They line up with Aston Oxborough in goal, a back 5 of Stephen O'Donnell, Paul McGinn, Liam Gordon, Kofi Balmer and Ewan Wilson. A midfield 3 of Davor Stravkovsky, Andy Halliday and Lennon Miller, who is in for his 50th Motherwell appearance and is only just 18 years of age. And then a front 2 of Zach Robinson and Apostolos Stamatolopoulos. On the bench they have Hege, Serin, Sparrow, Blaney, Kaleta, Katrombis, Abe, Mazwanis and Watts. The referee is Matthew McDermott, and the VAR screen.
You were looking forward to that one, Gordon. I'm not going to get you to say Apostolos Stamatolopoulos as efficiently as Adam did. He's been practising it all night, and you will not have been, if I know how you spend your Fridays. A real fascinating game, that. Motherwell's points tally has been very good to start to the season. Hibs will take confidence from the way they performed at Ibrox last weekend.
Yeah, I agree. I think Motherwell will go there with bags of confidence. Look, they're sitting 4th. They've had a terrific start. They're playing good football. They're scoring goals against a Hibs team that, you've seen a bit of improvement to Ibrox. They're at home in front of their own fans, and you know what like it is in front of your own fans. If you don't go off to a good start, then it starts to get a little bit of pressure on the players. I think Motherwell will fancy that one. I don't think they'll lose. They might at the best get a draw, but Hibs, but I think Motherwell will either draw that or win that.
A bit of life out of Motherwell. I'm not sure about Hibs. 1 win in 6 games, and I'm not sure about did well at Ibrox either. Rangers,
I think they did too. I think you've got to give them credit.
Rangers, I thought, had a poor day, and Hibs still couldn't take advantage.
No, I agree. Look, I'm fed up the minute Rangers and Celtic going, they had a poor day. I think you've got to look at other teams and you've got to say, do you know what? Give Hibs a bit of credit. I thought Hibs dug in well at Ibrox. Thought they played some good stuff. They put Rangers under pressure. I'm not buying into all this. Well, Rangers played on Thursday night. They've got a massive squad. They changed things about. I think sometimes you've got to give the smaller teams, as we call them, just a bit of credit. And Hibs need to take confidence from that, because they need to start picking up points.
Well, if they don't pick up points today, the crowd are going to look at David Gray, because they say it's been a colourless start to the season.
But I think that's maybe actually, Mark, how you can tell that there is a bit of credit there, because Hugh's right. If you were just looking at the points tally or whatever, then the Hibs fans wouldn't be happy. But they're not angry yet. They're seeing signs there. They're seeing signs of progress. They're sort of trusting in what's happening.
I think because in recent times they've seen a lot worse than the product that's on the pitch at the minute. I think Hibs did do reasonably well last week, and you saw signs of progress, but they need to take their chances at the top end of the pitch, and that's been the problem for them this season, as well as the problem that's stuck with them for many seasons, keeping the ball at the back of the net. So that's their worry. But there comes a time where you need to start picking up points, and this is the 7th game. Adam's right, into October they need a home win today, so it's arguably a more important game for David Gray than it is Stuart Kettlewell this afternoon, for sure.
Yeah, and Roger Hannah, I'm looking at these 2 teams that you're watching. St Mirren against Dundee United. St Mirren against Kilmarnock was high with VAR drama. Dundee United went down to Rugby Park, that was high on drama. Are these teams all just sharing out the drama at the moment, or are you in for a quieter afternoon? I don't know what's happening here. The wonders of this modern technology, Hugh. Don't
told
get this
you, I'll get the screwdriver out in a minute.
Roger Hannah, can you hear us?
Oh, we've got you now, sorry.
Good stuff. I was just that wasn't even a great question, to be honest. I can't even really be bothered repeating it, quite frankly. It was about VAR drama. Whenever St Mirren, Dundee United, Kilmarnock are involved, you're getting 2 out of the 3 this afternoon.
Yes, well, listen, we hope there's no VAR drama. We hope all the drama is restricted to on the pitch. I saw Dundee United last week, and there was great drama. That 3-3 at Rugby Park, a terrific game of football. We're hoping for something similar today. I'm not sure whether we'll get it or no. It might be the land of the Giants here this afternoon, Gordon, because St Mirren have gone back to a back four with four centre halves in it, and with Louis Moult injured, it's the two big fellas up top for United. Jordan Thunder is back in alongside Sam Dalby, so it might be survival of the strongest at the Smizer this afternoon.
Into the Championship, and there is one standout fixture for sure. It is a top of the table clash. Falkirk against Ayr United. Fraser Wishart is there.
It is, Gordon. I think it's going to be an absolute cracker. There's a strong argument, I think, for this being game of the day in Scotland. Top two in the Championship, both had excellent starts to the season, as we know, playing really good football. And again, I think both sets of supporters really looking forward to it. Of course, Falkirk's unbeaten run in the league came to an end last weekend against Wraith Rovers. 43 games unbeaten since April 2023. And unusually for them, I think it was a tame performance and no shots on target. But that came in the back of that excellent performance. But ultimately a defeat against Celtic. Sometimes that happens. Huge physical effort, dip in form by the smaller clubs. So John McGlynn will be desperate to get his team back on track today. But his squad has been hit by injuries in recent weeks to key players, none of them playing today. Cole Donaldson, Callum Morris and Ross McKeever, all very key to how they play. And when you've got a small squad, losing your best players can hit your team hard. And amongst all the chat this season with Falkirk, perhaps under the radar, it's been going unnoticed that United are actually unbeaten in the league this season and actually beat Falkirk in the League Cup group stages in July. They've had a bit of a sticky spell recently. They had 3 draws in a row before they beat Morton and got back on track last Saturday. There's little doubt Scott Brown's team, like John McGlynn's side, Falkirk, will be in the mix for the title at the end of the season. But Ayr also hit by injuries. Anton Dowds was scoring for fun, but he'll miss the rest of the season with an ACL injury. A real hammer blow is key to how they play. But like Falkirk, a small squad can be hit when you lose key players. I've also got the likes of Harry Stone, who returns to the bench, the goalie, Devlin, McCann, Murphy, who's also back on the bench. They've been out recently as well. But all in all, I think a really exciting game ahead. Ayr 3 points ahead at the top of the table. Falkirk 2 games in hand, and even at this early stage, I think an important game for both sides. Team news for Falkirk: 3 changes. Aguiman, Yates, McKenna drop out from that defeat against Wraith Rovers. In come Miller, Nesbitt and Oliver, and they go with their normal 4-2-3-1 formation. Nicky Hogarth in goals, Keelan Adams, Luke Graham, Liam Henderson and Sean Mackey at the back. 2 midfield, Dylan Tate and Brad Spencer. Calvin Miller, Aidan Nesbitt and Ethan Ross are behind the lone striker Gary Oliver. Their substitutes: Owen Hayward, Finn Yates, Leon McCann, Alfredo Aguiman, Michael McKenna, Ryan Shanley, Flynn McCafferty and Caelan McCrone. There are 2 changes for United from that win. Oakley and Silla both drop onto the bench. In come Redding and Babbage. They go for the normal 4-4-2 formation. Liam Russell's in goals, Dylan Watritt, George Stanger, Frankie Missond and Patrick Redding at the back. Across the middle, Jay Henderson, Ben Dempsey, Nick McAllister and Marco Roos, with Alfie Babbage and Ethan Walker as the strikers. Harry Stone, George Oakley, Jimmy Murphy, Jake Hasty, Jamie Hislop.
This is a paid advertisement from BetterHelp. Summer is over, autumn's here and spooky season is fast approaching. Whether your Halloween icon is Jason from Friday the 13th or Michael Myers, it's safe to say October is a month for masks. But masks aren't just for Halloween. Some of us feel like we're wearing a mask all of the time. Perhaps it's a smile to cover up the fact that even if you look fine on the outside, you're not actually doing very well. Perhaps your mask is for the benefit of your colleagues at work. Maybe it's for your friends or even your family. But if there's a side of you that you're having to keep hidden, it might be worth trying to understand why that is. Therapy can help you accept all parts of yourself so you can take off the mask and be the real you around the people you love. You don't have to have suffered a particular trauma or been through a major life change. It can simply be that you want to learn positive coping skills, how to set boundaries, or just be a better version of yourself. And if you don't think therapy is for you, why not give it a go anyway? Because you've literally got nothing to lose and you might actually be surprised. With almost 5,000 therapists in the UK already, BetterHelp can provide access to mental health professionals with a wide variety of expertise. Visit betterhelp.com/SSB today to get 10% off your first month. That's betterhelp.com/SSB.
At Barclays, we're here for every goal. We're here for the Premier League and the Barclays Women's Super League. We're here for the football chants and for giving more girls a chance. We're here for the grassroots and all the muddy boots. From schools to stadiums, we're here for it all. Barclays, here for every goal.
Oh, Jamie's got a new car. He only passed his test last week. Chloe and the kids on the school run in their new hybrid, and the Flemings from 23 off to see their daughter at uni. Get car and van insurance that's right up your street at parkerscompare.com. Created by the experts at Parkers, we're 100% independent and dedicated to helping you find the right insurance policy. Quick and easy, you could compare quotes in just 5 minutes from some of the UK's leading providers. For car insurance comparisons you can trust, visit parkerscompare.com. Authorised and regulated by the Financial Conduct Authority. See website for details.
Roy Silla, Mark McKenzie and Ryan Howley are the subs, and no VAR drama here. The referee, perhaps because the status of the game is one of our top referees, is Nick Walsh.
Looking forward to it. What a huge day in the Championship and big games in the Premiership, as you've heard already. After these, we're going to take a look back at some of the week's biggest talking points.
action as it happens. And your reaction from 5 on the open line. This is Clyde One Super Scoreboard.
Hugh Keevins, Mark Wilson and Gordon Dalziel are in the studio. The top team are round the grounds building up to the 3 o'clock kickoffs. We've already given you the team news from the Premiership games and their featured Championship game. And if you're familiar with the way these things work on a Saturday, we tend to pause for a look back at some of the week's biggest talking points once we've done the team news. So, Roger Hannah, Glasgow's Big 2 getting battered in Europe. Take it away.
I think this is just where we are now, Gordon. You know, I've spoken to a lot of people who were stunned by Celtic losing 7 goals in Dortmund and demanding a more pragmatic approach by Brendan Rodgers. I've spoken to some Rangers supporters who say it's just not good enough to lose 4 at home to Lyon. But if you look at the quality in those sides, Borussia Dortmund reached the final against Real Madrid at Wembley in May. Lyon are a top-class side, and you know the Lyon bench would probably have beaten Rangers the other night. So it's not very palatable for a lot of Old Firm fans. It's not very palatable for people who talk up Scottish football. But there was a reality check this week. In the grand scheme of things, this is where Celtic and Rangers stand. Celtic may well qualify for the last 24. There's plenty of opportunity for them to do it against Young Boys, Zagreb, Club Brugge. They will probably get enough points to get through. Rangers I'm less sure about, but there are opportunities for them to win points. But I'm afraid they're not nearly as good as Borussia Dortmund or Lyon, and the gap in quality was cruelly exposed on Tuesday and Thursday.
To be fair, Fraser, I think everybody does know that much. The question marks seem to be round about, can you do more to limit the damage or just get a bit closer within the game? I don't think even us, and we love to talk up Scottish football, I don't think it is a disgrace to fail to beat Dortmund or fail to beat Lyon. Can you find ways of doing more within the games? I think that's all fans are asking for, is it not?
Yeah, and I think that's reasonable questions, Gordon. You're right, I didn't really expect Celtic to get anything from Dortmund. I thought Rangers might have got a draw against Lyon, and when you look at Czerny's miss early on, Tavernier the back miss as well, these are crucial moments that might just have changed the game. But in the end, Lyon probably had enough class to go and win the game. But it's the manner of the defeats. These are hefty defeats, you know. And Brendan Rodgers has been at the centre of chat this week about tactics and the manner of playing, and he's determined he's going to stick by his way, and he's going to say, OK, Dortmund play the same way as us, we're going to take them on. Ultimately, though, you're not going to win very many, if any, at all by doing that. But that's something that Celtic supporters, Celtic board have to sort of think about. Is that the way they want it? Can Celtic go more defensive? Have they got the players, because they're used to playing on the front foot? I thought Rangers shot themselves in the foot as well with some really poor mistakes, and you can't miss chances like Czerny and Tavernier at the one end, and then give away goals at the other end very, very cheaply when you're playing against top players. But it's the manner of the defeats. But in the end, you're only playing Lyon once, you're only playing Dortmund once, and I think both teams should be looking to, and at the end of the group stages, they should both be in the top 24 and qualify for the latter stages. But how you recover from this is the key to it. So the next game is very, very important for both sides.
Well, after our discussion on the programme last night with Scott Allen, I went away and had a look, Gordon. Did my research. What happened on Tuesday night in Dortmund was nothing unusual. Celtic have played 36 away matches in the Champions League since the millennium. 36, and they've won 2. Martin O'Neill had 9 attempts away from home and lost all 9. Gordon Strachan had 11 attempts away from home and lost all 11. Neil Lennon played 6 and lost 5 of them. Brendan Rodgers has had 10 goes and lost 8 of them. So what happened to Celtic was football at its most basic. Celtic met a team who were far too good for them and paid the price. Likewise, Rangers are struggling for me under Philippe Clement. The fans don't understand the style of play, the personnel changes. They have individuals who are not yet a team. So what happened to them against Lyon was also nothing out of the ordinary. They played a team who are far too good for them, and they'll bring back Yanis Hadji tomorrow, I have no doubt, to see if he can inject a bit of quality into that side. So the image of Scottish football took a dent, but in the words of Tom Jones, it's not unusual.
It's a hard one to put your finger on, though, because Hugh has read out different managers from the millennium, everyone with a different style. Martin O'Neill, big physical team who played a certain shape that was defensive, who had match winners in Henrik Larsson and John Hartson and Chris Sutton and Petro, and still couldn't win. You had then Gordon Strachan, who had more of a team unit but still couldn't win away from home. Neil Lennon, who's been heavily criticised, won one or two. And then Ange Postecoglou, fans loved his attacking style but came undone, and Brendan Rodgers the same. So you've had a whole load of different managers and different styles, and top class managers at that. So what is the solution? The players, the budget. But I hate the argument about the budget, because Celtic and Rangers do the exact same to every team in this league. So I think Rodgers right. We're in this situation just now that sometimes we just have to accept it. I think we're in no different a situation than we all thought at this stage, with 2 games played for Rangers and Celtic.
If you're a Celtic
they won
fan,
one
though,
and lost one.
As I said, though, if you're a Celtic fan, you can accept losing those games. I don't care what people say about where we are. You won't accept 7. Because
It's 7 is hard to take, of course.
If you want to crunch the numbers, right, as we've spoken about, the financial gap between Celtic and Borussia Dortmund is much smaller than Celtic and St Johnstone or Celtic and Motherwell. So speaking from experience, I can accept if Motherwell lose to Celtic, but I wouldn't accept losing by 7. It's just, I think it's just lazy to just go, oh well, that's where we are, and then you just move on.
You know
got
what?
to be able to try and
I was
do
surprised
something.
I wasn't surprised how Brendan Rodgers set up the other night, because I think when you're in a place and everything's going for you, and you've set up this way for pre-season, and the previous Champions League game went well at home, I know it's a different competitor you're up against. I thought when the third goal went in, you might have realised, okay, let's just tighten things up. Let's not press as high. Let's be a bit compact and get to half time, regroup, and then maybe reform in the second half. But they kept playing Soton, and when you lose the other 2 and it's 5, the game is well and truly beyond you. So will he take lessons from that? I know he says he's not going to change, but he might just do 1 or 2 things different. Not talking about changing the shape or anything, but maybe 1 or 2 things different.
I can well understand Brendan Rodgers, who has had a very, very good career. You don't get to become the manager of Liverpool and Celtic twice if you're not a quality manager. So I can understand yesterday's basically thinking to himself, I'm looking at a room full of hacks who are all telling me how to play football. So I do understand that. However, if he goes to Bergamo, plays Atalanta and loses another 7, all of those in the room and every Celtic fan will be entitled to say, hold on a minute, you're not learning anything. You keep on saying you're learning and we'll be better next time, but you're not.
I
so
don't
Celtic have
think,
to be careful.
I know what you're saying, Hugh. I don't think people are sitting there trying to tell Brendan Rodgers how to play football. I think everybody's got their opinion. That's why we love the game. That's why we're on the show. Look, I was one that get carried away this week because I thought Tuesday night Celtic, possibly could get a draw. Brendan Rodgers used the right word. Celtic were spooked. I've never seen Celtic players panic when they get closed down as much. Yes, every week in the Premier League they're on it, they're dominating it, they look comfortable. All of a sudden they were rushing into passes, they were getting dragged all over the place, positions they were not used to getting put into, and they get dominated. And let's be honest, they were lucky they get out of Germany with 7. Thursday night was the same thing. I thought, packed house, Rangers back at Ibrox. Usually a Thursday night, they're different class, they come up with big results. Leo and I thought were absolutely brilliant. They looked a really, really top class team. They passed the ball, their movement. I thought Rangers ran out of ideas. I thought they looked very average. And again, I think they were lucky to get out of Ibrox, only losing 4. So there's clearly a lot of work to be done with these 2 big clubs if they're going to compete in Europe.
It's in a strange way, Roger. I wonder if the reaction from the managers, when that doesn't match what some fans, not all, but what some fans want, then the frustration sort of rumbles on. So if you take Brendan Rodgers doubling down, if you want to be pretty general about his stance on all this in terms of his tactics, and then Philippe Clement after the game saying, 4-1 was harsh and we had the same amount of chances, it feels like the reaction to the results is almost whipping fans into a frenzy every bit as much.
Listen, potentially, was anyone surprised by the way Brendan set up in Dortmund on Tuesday night? I certainly wasn't. I mean, it was discussed on Monday night that potentially the team would it be Hatate, would it be Bernardo, but none of us said they should leave out the two wingers and maybe play a third centre half, or you know, play a box in midfield, play all four of the midfielders and just sit in. That's not Celtic's style. That's not Brendan's style. It wasn't Andrew's style. And Hugh's right. You know, Brendan's a high quality manager who has won the FA Cup. He's won just about everything there is to win with Celtic, doing it this way, and he's not going to change his way. I would have been astonished if he had thrown in Nawrocki and four midfielders, parked the bus and tried to get a 0-0 out of Dortmund. He plays it the way he wants to play it. The players let him down to a certain extent the other night, but you just have to hold your hands up sometimes and say the better team won. You know, I don't think there's a huge inquest at St Johnstone because Celtic took 6 off them last Saturday night. There's no wailing and gnashing of teeth. Sometimes you just need to suck it up and get on with it, and I'm afraid this week, having scored 6 on the Saturday, Celtic have to suck it up that they lost 7 and they don't have a plan B. They just need to make plan A better in Brendan's eyes, and whether or not the fans like it, that's what's going to happen in Bergamo.
Is that the modern way, Mark, really, when you think about it? You know, football is sort of in a place now where most teams do tend to just try and tweak their plan A. We mentioned this last night. I can't think of really many teams that have, you know, like a plan A that, and then a completely different plan B and a different. It doesn't. Modern football isn't really like that. And listening to Brendan Rodgers' explanation, you don't have to agree with it, but surely we can all understand where it comes from, in the sense that if you day in, day out are drilling this very specific way of playing and it does yield very impressive results, yes, against financially inferior opposition in Scotland, but you're doing that time and time again. You're also recruiting for that. You're recruiting for that system. You're recruiting for that style of play. How much can you tweak it then? What does that look like? He used the phrase yesterday that you can't turn it on and off like a tap. Celtic don't have the players, they don't have the training ground minutes, they don't have any of that to just suddenly sit everyone behind the ball. That's fair. I think we'd agree with that. So what can you do? What can you achieve?
Well, Daz and I were chatting about this just in the office and what you could change. Celtic are set up to be a pressing side. That's the way Brendan Rodgers, you're right, Gordon, has recruited, and he's drilling down every day. But against these top European sides, it's fine pressing them, but you've got to understand the level of the player you're playing against and who you're pressing against. And 3 passes, like what happened the other night after, I think it was 90 seconds or something like that, or 2 minutes, can cut you wide open. So it's where you press, probably. And Daz was highlighting this to me and what he would have done, probably. And it makes sense. Maybe just pressing from a deeper area to restrict the huge gaps from Kuhn, Maeda and Kyogo to Ingles, Bernardo and McGregor might have gave you more of a chance and shut down some of the spaces. And that might happen in Bergamo against Atalanta, but it's going to have to be a wee bit different.
When you get away from tweaks, low blocks, high presses and all the rest of it, how do you get over the fact that Callum McGregor was swallowed up by the ground? How do you get over the fact that the record signing Arne Engels was swallowed up in Dortmund? How do you get over Paulo Bernardo being swallowed up? They were simply out of their depth, as Rangers were against Lyon.
Yeah, but these things they're not separate things. You know, they're linked. If Callum McGregor's in the wrong position, then that's why he's being swallowed up. You know, it's not like that's an unrelated concept.
No,
if he gets ahead of the ball and then the ball gets popped around him and all of a sudden he's 40 yards from goal and it's in the back of the net, you know, these are linked.
Yeah, but the point I'm making is that no matter whether you're McGregor or the record signing or whoever you are, you're not good enough for that level.
No, I know, but this is the point we're trying to make. Just don't go then. Do you know, is that the solution? Do you just,
no, but
because you've got a game there that you need to analyse and you need to try and do something better next time.
Yeah, and part of the analysis is that no matter how good we think Arne Engels is, and he has been sensational since coming to Celtic, he couldn't cut it.
But that's what I mean. You're then trying to. I feel like you're really misunderstanding the point. It then becomes, how do you come up with a system to give you the best chance of cutting it? No one's saying you're going to beat Dortmund. How can you get as close as possible?
I don't think there is a system that gets you closer.
Well, of course. So you think it's impossible that Celtic can lose by fewer than 6 goals?
I'm not saying it's impossible.
You said there wasn't a system that can get you closer.
You see Rangers going to beat Dortmund.
You know, Rangers beat Dortmund 2 years ago.
Yeah. Look, I don't think I totally agree with Brendan Rodgers what he's saying about, and I don't think he's going, do you know what, I'm no changing for MD. I think Brendan Rodgers will look at the game and I was talking to Mark about this. Sometimes if your front men press very high and everybody's not in sync, you look at the number 10 for Dortmund.
Oh, he was brilliant finding space.
He picked up space and he absolutely killed Celtic. Now, if what we're talking about, and I think Celtic are tailor-made for this, because I think they've got players that are brilliant in the fact that they can counter from a deeper position. So if they drop off a wee bit and they limit those spaces between back men, midfield and front men, and then they win the ball, they've got attacking players that can go and hurt. I just think what they did was, and I don't blame them because they've been brilliant since the start of the season, they pressed very high up the park, and the quality of Dortmund just says, do you know what, come ahead, and they just played right through them.
Seeing that stage as well, just quickly, I think you need an element of luck of your Celtic and Rangers in the early parts of games to get you through, the quality. So when you look at the goals,
you don't need someone smashing it into the near corner from what looks like a crossing position.
And was it the first one? It's a big deflection off Trusty as well. So I know everyone has said, well, they still got battered, but you need those moments to go right for you in the early parts of the game. But some of the goals were sensational from Dortmund, and Hugh's right to a certain extent. You need to look at the quality and go, well, that is sensational sometimes. But Celtic gave them the ball so many times in their own defensive third, it was untrue, and you can't do that at that level or you will get punished.
Fraser, seeing we're linking them both together because it's kind of similar in that they were both up against better opposition. They both accept in a way that they might lose, but they're both trying to get a bit closer. I wonder if is the fallout from Rangers a bit different though, because it becomes part of a bigger picture of where are they generally under Philippe Clement or with this new group of players, and where are they going, and will it impact them domestically? It feels like Celtic have that sort of reassurance that this probably won't impact them domestically. They'll go back to winning and then they'll pick up somewhere in Europe down the line. Where are Rangers in the aftermath of Thursday?
Well, I think it'll be a real shock to the system, and they're not setting the head on fire in domestically either. I mean, the game against Hibs last week, Gordon was talking about it, that how they did okay, but Hibs frustrated them, Hibs threatened them as well, so they're not playing brilliantly, whereas Celtic, as you say, are just running over the top of everybody domestically. I think there's just a problem with confidence, a problem with maybe players playing at their absolute best at Rangers just now. There's been all the off-field problems as well, but they've just got to keep going and not allow a 4-1 defeat and the manner of the defeat. And sometimes as a player you can lose games, and like I said, Gordon and Mark will remember as well when you can lose a game, but if you lose a game where you're completely overrun, and there'll be a lot of the players on both these sides will be thinking, wow, they haven't come across that before, somebody that's absolutely destroyed them at the back, midfield players taking up positions they hadn't been as well, so they've got to try and get their confidence back quickly. But as I said earlier, it's not so much losing the games, it was the way they were lost. They were completely beaten, completely outclassed, and they're both going to have to think about how they play as well. Rangers, we talk about Brendan Rodgers here and these tactics, but Rangers as well, how are they going to play? How are they going to play in Europe? Because I don't think it's acceptable for a club just to accept we can't compete against Lyon, we can't compete against Dortmund. Of course these teams are far better, but domestically they are far better than other teams who try and go to Parkhead and Ibrox and frustrate them and beat them as well. So they've got to take that into Europe and try and find a way, whether it's tactically or whether it's just tweaking or whatever, as team selection, find a way of competing better. Because I think just heavy defeats like that, I think that's not great. Between 1 or 2-1, 2-1, 1-0 or something like that, and you say, well, okay, that's half expected, but to lose so heavily I don't think it's acceptable.
Well, we've got big games to get our teeth stuck into today before we get back to the European post-mortem, so let's pause for breath and go back around the grounds next.
0141 951 1025. This is Scottish football's league leader, Clyde One Super Scoreboard.
Hugh Keevins, Mark Wilson, Gordon Dalziel, all in the studio. The top team round the grounds with 15 minutes to go until kick-off. We are fascinated by all these fixtures, quite frankly. A really good card, but Hibs against Motherwell, Adam Binney. You don't want to overdo it, but then at the same time, how do you preview Motherwell at the moment without mentioning Lennon Miller?
Well, I don't think you can really, because today, as I mentioned when doing the team news, is his 50th first team appearance for Motherwell today at 18 years old and 48 days. Now, we've spoken about him many times on this show, Gordon, but I'm not going to give it the whole there's nothing left to say about him cliche, because quite simply there's lots to say. His game's always evolving and he's always adding different elements to it. In the last few weeks he's added goals to his game, 3 goals in his last 2 matches. Yes, you can say 2 of them were from the penalty spot, but I mean last week specifically he took more shots and had more touches inside the opposition box than any other player on the pitch. Now there's a reason to that. I'm not sure if it's going to be the same today, but certainly in the last 2 games he's been playing in a more advanced role, almost as like an inside right forward as part of a narrow front 3, again because of Stamatolopoulos' inclusion today. I don't know if they'll maybe go with a front 2 of him and Robinson with Miller just in behind them, but anyways he's been absolutely fantastic in that kind of inside right position, which is strange because when you speak to central midfielders they all seem to hate getting moved out wide. It's the one thing that centre mids absolutely despise, but not Lennon Miller. He seems to be thriving there. I was at that game against St Mirren last week and it was a near perfect performance in the first half, not just for his first 2 goals but his passing, ball carrying, everything was just brilliant. And the brace in that match actually made him the youngest player to score twice in a match in this division since Ryan Gauld did it against Motherwell for Dundee United way back in November 2013. If he scores again today against Hibs, he will become the first player aged 18 or younger to score in back-to-back top flight appearances since Sean Hutchison way back in August 2009. And maybe he was a little bit unlucky not to make Steve Clarke's latest Scotland squad, but with some big matches coming up for the under-21s, completely understand what might be better for him to play his part in those. But I'm sure it won't be long before he gets that first cap. He's certainly on that trajectory. So what I want to put to you and the panel is, it was reported that Motherwell got around £3 million 4 years ago for a 21-year-old David Turnbull. So how much do you think that an 18-year-old Lennon Miller should be valued at today?
Stick a 1 in front of it, then we'll start talking. Gordon Dalziel, get a bit of that money back into your local community.
Listen, I'm delighted that he's getting the games because obviously he's progressing.
50 at the age of 18
is brilliant. Mark was just saying that it's very impressive for a young man. And listen, if he keeps injury free, he's got such talent. He's only going to get better, and he will make the Steelmen a lot of money.
I think Adam makes a very decent point about Stevie Clarke. Why isn't he in that squad?
I think he said that. Well, listen, this is not to say he definitely would have been in it, but as a more general point, he deliberately left some of the 21s where they are because they've got big qualification games, and you get that to a point. If they're really good, get them in, and if you're good enough, you're old enough, all that sort of stuff. But if you're going to come along with the A squad and maybe not get any minutes anyway, are you better left, Mark, in an environment? And again, to repeat, I'm not saying that is what has specifically ruled Lennon Miller out the squad this time, but Steve Clarke did address it, and he's deliberately left some of the 21s where they are.
Yeah, I think it's the right decision for this international break. Steve Clarke would have spoke to Scott Gemmell about this and understood what's coming up for both teams and what's for the good of the player. Lennon Miller's ticking along nicely just now. 50 is a really impressive number for 18 years old. He's already scored double the goals this season as he scored last season, so again that's on the rise. The only thing, will Motherwell be able to keep him past Christmas? He's getting a lot of hype just now, but what I like about the kid is he seems very grounded. I think his dad's obviously got a lot to do with that, having been where he played as well. So the world's his oyster just now, but I hate the term we rush our player. We don't want to rush our players. If you're good enough, you should be promoted, but he'll still get valuable experience playing at the under 21 level. Okay,
well, Hibs against Motherwell is a cracker. Looking forward to that for sure. What about Dundee against Kilmarnock? Dave Galloway, it feels like Dundee are trying to shake off accusations that they just miss Luke McCowan, and for Kilmarnock, who would have thought after everything they did last season that they would go into their 7th match without a victory?
Yeah, it is a bit of a mystery. They've played some really good football, and I touched upon last weekend's game against Aberdeen. They were much the better side in the second half. They had Aberdeen in all sorts of trouble. They just couldn't put the ball in the net. So, you know, by the look of things, there's not much wrong, and it might just take a little spark, a little win, a little result to, you know, get them going again. Might they get it against Kilmarnock? We'll just have to wait and see. Certainly these teams will be seeing a lot of each other, Gordon. They'll go head to head 3 times in the next 8 weeks starting this afternoon. Everything points towards a close contest, you would think. They drew all 4 Premiership meetings last season, 3 2-2s and a 1-1 as well. But looking forward to this one. It should be an exciting game. Plenty of attack-minded players in both lineups. So hopefully the entertainment will be to a high standard, you know, with a few goals as well. And I'm wondering as well, might we see a red card in today's match? Because last season's league encounters between the Dark Blues and Killie saw 4 of them, including one you may remember for Derek McInnes.
That's right, that's when he stepped on the pitch, wasn't it? Remember the ball? He kind of stepped on and touched the ball as it was going down the line. A more cynical man than Dave Galloway, Hugh, with those stats, would suggest that Derek McInnes and Tony Docherty were just shaking hands on a draw before the game.
Yeah, of course, but this week Dave's been interviewing Bill Murray, so it's Groundhog Day for him, really.
I noticed that. Mixing it with Hollywood A-listers at the Dunhill Golf, Dave, and now slumming it at Dens Park. How do you do it?
No, I mean, I'm getting all the big names, and obviously I'm looking forward to another 2 today after the game. Tony Docherty and Derek McInnes. So, you know, to be honest, what's not to like?
Dave's so good with his celebrity. Some of them I knew who Bill Murray and was it Andy Garcia, Dave?
Yes, that's right.
I knew them, obviously, but there was a few that I don't know who that is.
He'll be on the last bus in the Granite City the night with
what a week he's had. Anyway, right, St Mirren against Dundee United. Roger Hannah. It feels like 2 teams just pretty much exactly in the same place, and there's only 1 point between them, obviously 5th and 6th, but both would be, I think, just content with the start to the season. I think that would be fair. I don't think they'd be blown away in amazement, but they would be pretty happy and then hoping they can build on it after the break.
Yeah, I think so, especially Dundee United. I think it was a team coming up from the Championship. You never know how their new team's going to adapt back into the Premiership, and they've done very well. I've seen quite a lot of United this season. They're quite strong. I know they lost 3 goals at Kilmarnock last week, but you know they look as if they've got a good foundation. Maybe struggling a little bit at the other end of the pitch, particularly today when they don't have what might be their preferred front 3 of Trapanovsky is out for a month, Louis Moult who's missing, and David Babinski who's only fit for the bench today. But I think Jim Goodwin.
Roger Hannah just disappeared right in his prime there. We were getting the gist of it. And just quickly into the Championship, Falkirk against Ayr, Fraser Wishart. Do you buy into this sort of laying down of markers and that sort of stuff, or is the Championship just so long and so varied that still anything can happen, even right up until the end of the season?
Yeah, I think it's probably the latter, but I do think it's an important game for both. Gordon, they played in the League Cup and Ayr beat Falkirk 1-0, but by all accounts Falkirk were very, very impressive. But as I was saying in my pre-match, you know, it's okay when you've got all your players fit, but all of a sudden you pick up 2 or 3 injuries, and both of them have. Both have got weaker squads today, and all of a sudden with the transfer window being closed and kind of take players on loan as well, spend your budget, 3 or 4 key players being out for both teams is a real hammer blow. But I do think these 2 will be here at the end of the season. I don't think anybody's going to run away with it, but Livingston are still hanging on there. Thistle getting a wee bit better form, but they can't afford any more slip-ups. These 2, there's a danger they could run away with it, and if Falkirk were to win today, they'd be levelling points with Ayr with 2 games in hand. So what a great asset that was, even just earlier on in the season. I'm looking forward to it because I've not seen Ayr. I hear good things at Marco Roos in midfield, Dylan Watch at the young right back as well. But I just think Falkirk have got that wee bit of edge at home, used to playing on the pitch, used to playing the way that they play as well, with supporters behind them. I think Falkirk might just pinch this by the odd goal.
That's what's fascinating about the Championship, isn't it? Because it's easy for us to forget we don't have anything like this obviously in the top flight. Only 2 teams can win it. It's mostly one team that wins it recently. So this notion that, you know, X team was on course to win it, but then their star player got injured, that derailed their title chances. You know, we don't get any of that in the top flight, but that we're at that stage of the season where, you know, you're looking at Anton Dowd's top scorer in the Championship, and all of a sudden he's going to miss the rest of the season. What does that do? You know, does that derail a title charge. I suppose the margins are that small in the Championship, aren't they?
Yeah, I'm not sure it will derail it, but it's certainly a hammer blow. I mean, Dowds was absolutely on fire, picks up a knee injury, and the Premiership, you could argue the squads are too big. You know, Adam talking about Lennon Miller, you know, he's one of only 2 or 3 under 21 Scottish players that are playing, you know, so squads could be too big. There's just I think there's an investment by Ayr United in their squad this year. I think they backed Scott Brown, they brought in some good players as well, and when 2 or 3 of them get injured, it can be a bit of a blow. But they've got Alfie Babbage, who they brought in on loan from Aberdeen. I hear good things about him. Looking forward to seeing how he performs as well, and that's a good market for these clubs as well. But I think that's why nobody can really say for certainty that any team is going to run away with this league, because 2 or 3 injuries, a couple of suspensions, 2 or 3 bad results in a row, and all of a sudden the rest are going to catch you up. But these two are good teams. I've not seen Ayr, but I've seen Falkirk. Really good to watch, and the Championship is certainly going to be a league for us to keep an eye on this season.
Looking forward to all the 3 o'clock games, and the kick-offs are next.
Tackle the headlines. 0141 951 1025. Clyde One Super Scoreboard.
It's been a big week of European action and various disappointments, but we're back to the bread and butter of league football here on a Saturday afternoon, the place to be. So let me see if you three duds can come up with anything resembling an ACCA from our featured games this afternoon. You've got 3 in the Premiership, 1 in the Championship. Take it away, please, Hugh Keevans.
I'll go Dundee to beat Kilmarnock, Motherwell to win away at Hibs.
Oh, great.
And St Mirren to beat Dundee United.
I'm going to go a draw between the two old pals up at Dens. I'll go a draw at Easter Road as well between Hibs and Motherwell, a St Mirren home win and a Falkirk home win.
Oh, I'm only one out. I'll go all draws apart for Falkirk to beat Ayr.
Clyde One Super Scoreboard. Goal flashes. With M&D Green Pharmacy. Planning your holiday? Get essential health advice and medication before you travel.
I actually can't.
It's unbelievable.
See, Brentford have scored again right at the start of the game. Is it 3 games in a row they've scored in the first minute or whatever it was? There's 2 minutes on the clock. They're slowing down.
That's amazing.
How do they keep doing it?
Well, analytics.
We were talking about before we come in the show.
Don't know if you're aware of this, Hugh. They just keep scoring right away, and it's obviously they're big into their analytics and their
but
Moneyball approach.
I think he's a good manager, Thomas Frank.
Maybe some manager to guarantee your team scores at the start of every game.
That's amazing, that.
To be fair, all possession's not at the tunnel yet, but it was a good goal.
The bus hasn't arrived.
Another player who's not hanging around this season, although it's just a close shave on this one, Toyosi Olasanya of St Mirren. A bit of a scissor kick over the bar after 50 seconds. He's been brilliant this season, and he's already signalling his intentions early on in this one, but no goals yet to tell you about in Scotland. Just that West Ham goal. They're 1-up. Brentford are 1-up as well in the English Premier League, but no goals yet in Scotland.
Well, with lots of goals last weekend, 6-goal thrillers and all sorts going on. So
you've seen that. It's like a social media phenomenon, or sometimes guys do it as like a Christmas night out where they meet, and then whoever scores the first goal,
they go to the place.
They go there. You heard that before?
Yeah.
Oh, I've not heard that one before.
They'll meet in their local pub or whatever. They'll have a minibus or whatever standing by, and if Elgin score first, you're away to Elgin for the night.
That's quite good.
I think we should do that with you two.
What do you mean?
No, maybe not.
We should go to a ground.
No, so on a Saturday, right?
I'll go for a night out.
Think about this. You two are in here on a Saturday with you. Don't want to send him. Don't want to.
No,
I can't have that on my conscience. Hugh and I will keep an eye on things, and whoever scores first, you two need to go there.
We set off.
Spend the night. We'll send Shane, the video guy, with you.
I fancy that.
We could
We'll do
document
it around
it.
about Christmas time then.
That could be like your Christmas night out.
So only in Scotland, obviously. We wouldn't be going to Brentford. So let's dummy run it today to see where we'd be going.
By the way, Brentford have conceded as
I
well.
hope was like kicking the ball at the back of the net.
Let's dummy run it today.
So today's the dummy run. Imagine you've got the taxi outside.
Yeah.
It's waiting, and whatever goal goes in Scotland, that's where you two would be going, right?
Yeah.
But we will do it at Christmas time. You two go, we'll film the full thing and just see what happens. So it'll be like The Hangover.
Taxi
I'm up for that. Okay.
I've seen a lot of things with taxis, so I'll let the taxi outside.
I mean, Dundee have appealed for a penalty. You could be going back
Dundee.
to your own
Listen, my drink for free up there. Don't worry about that.
Is Dundee a good night out? Brought a ferry.
Brought a ferry. That's
What's it called?
Italian twin city there.
What's it called?
Broughty Ferry.
Broughty Ferry. That's
everywhere. All the haunts in Broughty Ferry. All the wee coffee shops. It's only coffee shops here.
No penalty anyway. I'll tell you what, let's do this, Hugh, before we get distracted, before we decide where these two are off to.
First half teaser.
With the scottishsun.co.uk/football for the best football news and opinion online.
Since season 2019-2020, 6 permanent Scottish Premiership managers have left their role after the start of the league and before Halloween. Can you name them? Since season 2019-2020, 6 permanent Scottish Premiership managers have left their role after the start of the league season but before Halloween. Who are they?
Good question. That is your first half teaser, of course. Clyde One Super Scoreboard, always the home of the teaser on a Saturday afternoon. Of that there should be no doubt. Let's see how you can come up with your answers today at Clyde SSB. You need to get them in as quick as you can, because it's a race. It's like you against the pundits. That's like the format we came up with, so you can try and tackle them and see if you can get it quicker than Gordon Dale and Mark Wilson. But you're also up against each other as well. So at Clyde SSB, fast as you can, go. Managers have been sacked after the start of the league season, but before Halloween, which is just around the corner, of course. Still no goals in Scotland, you two.
Yeah.
You two are still
here.
Maybe we're staying in tonight.
You're still in limbo.
I can't wait. I'll tell you what, I'm going to do that.
I know you are.
I like that.
This is the dress rehearsal.
Hold on a minute.
Do we get to leave as soon as the team scores, or do we have to see it the show before we leave?
Of course not. You just go.
Aye, I like the sounds of it then.
Leave Shug to do the rest.
We'll just get an outside broadcasters in a taxi.
Absolutely.
With a carry.
The old
Taking
days
off
like
the air in 10
Germany. I'll get my case, don't worry about that.
So what is the hope naturally would be that it is somewhere.
I like Dundee.
No, that it is somewhere ridiculous, or
no,
you just want something
local.
We don't want local. Dundee, maybe. Oh, how great would it be? Aberdeen, step on the double decker up the stairs, and Dave sitting there with his pizza. All right, lads.
No, you want Edinburgh, don't you? You want the Hibs to score.
No, you want somewhere that's not even got Channel 5 yet.
Don't want Ross County.
That's not a
Inverness.
place, luckily. So
Dingwall, sorry.
Well,
Kirkcaldy.
I can't see them scoring first today. Ross County.
Kirkcaldy. Quids in.
Here.
Right, so this is the dress rehearsal, and you can do it for real. Anyway, let's not get. I wish I hadn't brought it up. I feel like you're getting too distracted by
we
it
don't
now.
care about the games.
You've jinxed the goal scoring department.
Okay with the early stages of that teaser?
I think we're okay. I think you. What do you think with those answers? Are we okay there?
Right.
Probably two.
You are 1 wrong and 3 right.
Okay, I know the 1 wrong then. I think it's.
Well, I just gave you one.
Don't worry about it too much. It's the whole point is we leave it bubbling away throughout the first half, and hopefully we get interrupted by some goal scoring action as well. Not a single goal in Scotland. It is like they know that Gordon Dale and Mark Wilson's night out is
come on, the centre forwards
hanging on this. This is like when they do the rehearsal for the cup draw, and then it's like what you could have got.
How did it go last week? With Daz's favourite band.
They were asking for you.
The Snuts.
Snuts. Aye,
they're
the Snuts.
What's low them, isn't it?
I told them that you.
I'm very into them.
They loved that.
Did they?
They really liked that.
Did they know who he was?
Oh yeah, they're a big fan of his work.
Of course they know. Everybody
big
knows
fan of his work.
Everybody knows
like you're an artist.
By the way, talking about that, is it not great? Is it not great to get him back? He must be knackered after filming him 2 seasons of The Penguin. He's sitting there at is it not great to get him back? I'm absolutely over him. And the Penguin is sitting there watching Falkirk Ayr United. He must be knackered.
And he
Come on, bring him in, Gordon.
He can't respond until
Fraser, give us a 1-word answer. You can't be having that.
Every time I look at it, I see him. I'm waiting for him to throw a long ball.
Guess what? I've got bad news for you, because you're going to see him for your night out.
Goal flashes with M&D Green Pharmacy.
Falkirk have taken the lead. There you are. You're on your way, you two. Ethan Ross. After 8 minutes, it is Falkirk 0, Ayr United 1. Good start from the Bairns.
Well, it had to be. It's 1 versus 2, and Falkirk could retake the lead if they win. So it had to be them. And Fraser's in trouble actually, because he said he fancied Falkirk to win 1-0. And that's the score line after 8 minutes. It's not going to last for another
get plenty of goals.
I think I said it the wrong way round. Falkirk 1, Ayr United 0. Ethan Ross with the goal. Producer John, you got his local for your
What's
night
it called?
out?
Behind the wall or something like that?
I was a regular there, mate.
You were in Falkirk?
Yeah.
Why?
Because I used to go there.
No, but he's asking you why that.
Why would you go to
Because,
Falkirk?
well, why would you go anywhere? It was nice atmosphere, you know. People.
Well, hold on. Where did you reside round about that time?
Motherwell.
And you went all the way through. There must have been another reason you were going behind the wall.
I was called hide and seek. That's all right.
Now, Adam, who's at Easter Road today, says he went to school in Denny, so he can sort you out with all the.
A couple of good. Was it a Chinese?
He's a good bit younger than you two, I have to say. So, anyway, that is the first goal in this alternate reality. That's where you two would be heading.
I'd be happy with that.
But we'll do it for real in a few weeks. Hopefully, we can get you I think we should open it up to the Highland League. See if we can send you to Wick or something.
Imagine we got Brecon. We wouldn't be welcoming Brecon.
By the way, what a lucky escape you've got, because just on the back of it, Stranraer have scored.
Oh, we're not going there either.
You've been there. That's bleak.
By Rogers' old haunt, Girvan, because I stopped over and had a few.
Where Rogers from?
Yeah, Girvan.
Girvan, is it?
Yeah.
Didn't know that.
The Heats for Girvan.
Learn something new every day, don't you?
He's going through every one of our staff and nailing them. The Heat, the Penguin. Who else have we got? Adam, Dave got the last bus.
Incredible that he stands there like an oil painting as well, isn't it? Amazing, really amazing. I'm impressed. But anyway, we have the first goal of our featured games. None in the 3 Premiership matches, and not loads of chances really, to be honest. Larkesh had a ball cut out for Dundee a few moments ago. Curtis Main was sort of ready to pounce, but not a real chance as such. Killie haven't threatened yet. Not much doing at Hibs against Motherwell, and St Mirren Dundee United as well. We did mention Olusanya had an acrobatic effort early on, didn't come to anything. Dumbarton 0, Stenhousemuir 1, Blair Alston's penalty on 11 minutes, and Elgin have taken the lead at Peterhead.
Girvan
scored. So Peterhead are flying, they're not in the league as well. Yes, second in the league, but second v third. Chance for Elgin to catch them there.
So goals going in down the leagues, but nothing yet in the Premiership. So let's wait and see how we get on there. Will any of the teams take that initiative early on? I can see some good answers coming in on the teaser as well.
Daz has got one as well, so I think we're sitting on 1, 2, 3, 4. I think we're sitting in 4.
How many
in the
did you
teaser?
get?
6.
The only real update from Easter Road is that Hibs have the first corner of the game.
That doesn't sound entertaining, does it?
That is it so far. So we'll see if we can get a bit of an upturn in drama in those fixtures. At Clyde SSB, if you are having a go on the teaser, it is a race, so let's try and beat Gordon Dalziel and Mark Wilson. You're trying to beat each other as well.
Well, it can be great to be a Hibs fan just now. I said that they looked better last week, but it just keeps, occurring week after week or month after month. It seems they maybe take half a step forward and 3 back. That's why I said I think it's so important for David Gray to get some sort of result this afternoon.
The big picture will come for them when the Hearts go there. First Edinburgh derby of the season is at Easter Road. That's a big game for David Gray, because, as you know, to win a derby like that gets you all the personality points.
Beat Hearts though, did it?
Well,
that seems,
it's like the Rangers manager who can't beat Celtic can't stay the Rangers manager, and the Hibs manager who can't beat Hearts. Same story.
First chance for Kilmarnock. It's Kyle Vassell swivels and has the shot, but it's well off target. Kelly's first threat though, so maybe a sign of them growing into the game as an attacking force.
Be unthinkable for Kelly to lose again today.
Well, Derek is mentioned for every job going, but the fact of the matter is Kilmarnock's start to the season has been very, very disappointing. 3 draws have got them the 3 points. They're second bottom of the league. It needs to improve.
Dundee United have their first chance. Will Ferry, who's been a very good signing, I think we'd have to agree. He's been really good. Fires over from 20 yards. If anyone was keeping track, that Elgin City goal was ruled out, so remains goalless up there. There's an early bath, isn't it? Greg Allen of Bonnie Rigrose, 14 minutes up the road.
The old foul and then a penalty to punish him right after.
What was your record of getting sent off?
Sent
Quickest
off
time?
Just once. I got sent off my career.
Did you?
Told you, yeah, and Dundee derby for heading the ball back to the goalie, and they thought I punched it back. The ref sent me off.
A defender and you get sent off once.
I was, well, hold on. What? Think of Paolo Maldini.
Whoa.
How many times did he get sent off?
Stop the bus right there.
Did you just
put
yourself in the same?
I think so.
Stop the bus
in a roundabout way. I did. I was just always in the right position.
Wow.
Like Maldini.
Ooh, that's a big
I don't know
statement.
but have I got that right? Did Maldini get sent off? Did he?
No idea.
But 20 times.
Or Maldini did.
Aye.
Who am I thinking then? Am I
sure?
thinking of Gary Lineker? He didn't get booked, did he? Slightly different.
Hold on.
Think of Gary Lineker.
I said defender. Call yourself a defender.
Well, he's defending for the front.
Or like Paolo Nutini, says Roger Hanna.
I'll take that.
There. First half chance for Hibs, it was Junior Hoylett's corner. Lewis Miller with the header wide. They had a counter attack just prior to that. Junior Hoylett beating Ewan Wilson, but the cross was cut out. Junior Hoylett looked good.
It's alright,
at
yeah.
Ibrox, didn't
Yeah,
he?
it looked okay.
Just got clearly, played at a different level and got that bit of quality.
Yeah, without doubt. And he signed Gale as well, hasn't he? I wonder if he'll be okay. Missed that chance. Should he have done better last week? Maybe he'll be disappointed. But so he's got experience in there that's played at the top level. He needs the others to really chip in as well. There was something about them last week. It looked much better.
Yeah, they look more organised.
Triantis looks good, doesn't
he looks a good player.
He's just been booked for diving. Triantis, there we go. But genuinely he has. He's been good since he signed. Because he was the one when they signed. Did Hibs not put out like a really strange statement just to tell all the fans that he's there to play in midfield, not in defence?
Oh, really?
It was almost like they saw the criticism coming, so they made this point of saying, don't worry, we're going to play him in midfield, and they have, and he's been pretty good. But he goes down in the box, booked for diving. I mean, VAR would perhaps be able to take a look. Alloa 0, Cove 1, Connor Scully on 16 minutes there.
Just on that point about premature statements, I mean, Hearts rushed to say that Liam Fox is the interim manager, but don't worry, he's not going to get the job. And then Liam Fox gets the first point last week against Ross County, and then Liam Fox gets Hearts over the line against.
The first point is that's not a feather in your cap, is it? At home to Ross County.
Last minute.
It's still the only point they've got.
Yeah,
but in terms of the context you're presenting it, is that could be enough to get you the job.
Well, plus the European result. No, I'm not saying enough to get the job, but perhaps we're premature to rush and say, look, he's interim manager, but he won't be getting the job.
No, he won't be getting the job. I think they've been upfront and honest. I don't think even if he gets good results, he'll get the job. You've got to look at Hearts longer term, and I don't think Liam Fox, as much as he's a terrific lad, I've got a lot of time for him, I don't think he's in that position to take Hearts forward.
Right, what else have we got? No goals yet in those Premiership matches. We'll keep telling you when we get closer. Ayr United have had a chance to equalise in the big game in the Championship. What about your employer, Mark Wilson?
Big game for them today.
Is it home to Livingston?
Home to Livy, and by the way, Livy are the team in that Championship that are just going under the radar. Everybody speaking about Scott Brown and Ayr United, everybody speaking about John McGlynn and how Falkirk play. There was a lot of noise about Thistle and the players that they brought in. Nobody really mentioned Livingston, David Martindale, so that's a tough one for Thistle. Could do with a win because, I know it's early doors, but they want to keep in touch with Queen's Park and Livy at the top end of the table.
They're nearer the bottom. That's the harsh reality of it. They're nearer the bottom than the top. They're 10 points away from the top team. Fair enough, automatic promotion's gone already, but they are nearer the bottom.
But they'll get home win. Fantastic youth team coaches will get fantastic teams. How'd you go last night anyway?
we fell to Morton last night. Morton,
what was the score?
3-1. Make up
3-1.
Rain driving into my face.
Yeah, but you going to change your tactics? No,
I'm not changing my style for anybody. I don't care what you journalists say.
Is it true that on Thursday nights Beat the Pundit you got a question wrong about which teams
By the
have
way,
got a flower in their name?
My goodness, people at Thistle weren't happy.
Partick Thistle. I mean, you wear the tracksuit every day.
As soon as I went in to work,
did you not think to
some of the ground staff who were there, cutting the grass and that, were giving me it. I went up to the office staff were giving I didn't think a Thistle was classed as a flower. So somebody sent me the definition of that as well.
Yeah.
Is
it a flower?
Of course it is.
Aye. I see. You're an intelligent man, Hugh.
No, I heard your unfortunate oversight, but I thought Is a thistle a flower?
Yeah, that's it. Or is it a jaggy nettle?
You can tell we don't have any goals in the Premiership at the moment by the standard of this conversation. But anyway, that is the reality. Big chance for Hibs actually. Obita's cross, Kuharevic with the header from close range, saved. Then the volley deflected wide for a corner. Aston Oxford has been really good since he came into the Motherwell team, hasn't he?
He's been absolutely brilliant. To be fair to him, he deserves the plaudits because he waited, he was patient. He was number 2 to Liam Kelly. He waited for his opportunity, and he's certainly grasped that.
In amongst the controversy last week, I felt for him because St Mirren can justifiably feel hard done by, I'm sure, but they did have a penalty which was brilliantly saved by Aston Oxford, and then his save from Killian Phillips,
unbelievable,
right at the end of the first half.
That's probably the best save of the season so far.
It felt like that all got overshadowed a bit by all the drama.
Yeah, there was a lot of drama. It was an exciting place to be for Park last week, but that save was incredible.
Right, here's something just slightly different, a change of pace away from the games whilst we're waiting on a first goal, because we've got a very special guest joining us on the phone. It's our old pal Murdo McLeod. How are you, Murdo?
Very well, thank you. Yourself?
All good here. And now the reason being is because you and Hugh Keevins have been putting your minds together for a long time now, and he's been working on your book. How has it been? Have you been wanting to strangle him yet?
That was done at the beginning. It's fantastic. I've went through most of the book, and it's really good.
Hugh, give us your side of things as to how it all came about and how it's been so far. It was out on Wednesday, I believe.
Yes, now on sale, all good bookstores, etc., etc. All started. My daughter walked in one day. She'd been at the football and said, "Somebody told me Murdo McLeod's in a coma." And I, what? And I texted Murdo right away, and the fact that he texted me back proved to me he wasn't in a coma. But he phoned me the following day, and he said, and he was speaking a very low voice, and I said, "What's up?" He said, "I'm in the hospital, I'm getting operated on tomorrow." And I said, "Why are you wasting your time calling me then?" So Murdo went in. He had a traumatic experience, a near-death experience, a life-changing experience, and we started the book. Murdo was 65 last week, and he wasn't supposed to see 65. So the book's heavy on emotion, and it's heavy on a great football story. Someone who comes from Dumbarton scores the goal that wins the league against Rangers. It's voted the Celtic's best ever goal in an Old Firm match. Years later, is coach with Wim Jansen, the Celtic side who stopped Rangers from winning 10 in a row. So there's a big football story there. Of course, Borussia Dortmund is in there, and Murdo was in Dortmund during the week as Celtic's guest. So it's a big football story, a big emotional story as well, and I just hope that I've done Murdo justice.
Yeah, it's great to hear you doing well, Murdo. During all those difficult times, was it helpful to tell the story? Is that something you were keen to do? Take those big moments in your life that come along and turn it into the book. Was it helpful to do it that way?
Yeah, because it went on so long. Still being in hospital and coming back out, and then going back in, and but everything in my mind was things from my football world. And it was amazing that you look back and goodness me, it goes on and on and on and on. Phew, I was a year older than 65 last week.
Were you 66? I've done you a favour then, that we complaining about.
That's right. There we are.
I knew you when you had hair.
I hope you didn't write that in the book. Get the Tipp-Ex out. Murdo, you were in Dortmund, as Hugh says. I guess apart from the result, it was a pretty tough night for Celtic. But how was it to go over there and watch on as two of your former teams went head to head?
Yeah, it was absolutely fantastic to go to the stadium, and you've got 81,000 people in there. Just to let you know as well, Dortmund are getting beat 2-0 just now.
Yeah, they're not that good, are they, Hugh?
Nah, hopeless.
Yeah, well, there you are.
Listen, Murdo, tell the people about your fantastic limousine ride to the game that went all wrong.
Oh, goodness me. We get one of the big people carriers and they were taking it down to the stadium, and it's about 6 minutes maximum to get there. And this guy didn't know how to get to the stadium. And he was going down the wrong roads, the wrong way. And then eventually the police came and stopped him. And then I got a phone call to go down into the tunnel. And I know there's a tunnel in the Dortmund stadium. And then when we were there, this guy was driving away again. And he went to the train station. He thought that was the tunnel. So we ended up, Mary and I, walking for 200 or 300 yards with the cases. And because the guy said, I'll keep the cases in the car. And I says, no, you won't. No, you're going.
You would never have seen them again. It's not like it's a nice popular landmark in Dortmund, Hugh. It must be difficult to find. It sounds like they had the German Gordon Diel as their limo driver.
Murdo and Mary speak fluent German, and and I said to Murdo, it's like a Glasgow taxi driver saying to you, I don't know where Celtic Park is, mate.
What was the in terms of the writing process, Hugh? And you've written books before, but obviously there's a bit of a personal, emotional tie there. You and Murdo have been friends for a long time. What was the, I don't know if highlight is the right word, or just the sort of standout moment for you going through this process with Murdo?
I was in the house, Murdo's house, Murdo, me, Mary, and they told me the story after the doctors had told Mary that there was nothing more they could do for Murdo, and it was suggested that there was a song that Murdo and the family all loved, and the song is called Don't Let Me Go. And I had never heard the song, and Mary played it on her telephone, and to be perfectly honest, Murdo started to cry, and I'm a terrible blubber as well. So the idea that your family is told, I'm sorry, there's nothing we can do, and then to sing, literally to sing, and Murdo came out of his unconscious state. That just was too much for me.
And now you're walking up to the stadium in Dortmund, dragging your suitcase, Murdo. I take it you're feeling pretty good considering.
Yeah, it was absolutely fantastic to be able to do that, walking, and then to go onto the side of the pitch. And I was getting asked questions and all that kind of thing. One of my pals who was in the Dortmund team, Norbert Dickel, he scored a couple of goals in the cup final, and he scored the 2 goals against Celtic first time round, and it was fantastic getting in there and then talking to the Celtic fans and the Dortmund fans. It was so special, and just chatting away to 81,000 people, and they're all fantastic supporters of their clubs. Both of them, the noise, both of them made Dortmund, it was easy for Dortmund to sing all night and all that, but the Celtic supporters still joined in, and they were singing all night and kept the whole thing going.
What did you make of the game, Murdo? Is it just a case of the gulf in class is too big, or did Celtic make life tough for themselves as well?
I think when you're watching the game, and then because I'd asked 1 or 2 people about how Dortmund are playing this year, and they're saying, they're struggling a wee bit. And then see the first 10-15 minutes of the game, they were flying, because I thought Celtic were flying the way they've started this season. But Dortmund, very quick, players up, and I think Celtic at the back, they found it very difficult to hold them back. Everything was a race, and Dortmund were very quick, and they got the ball, and the amount of times the players hit the ball from outside the box and it's into the roof of the net, all that kind of stuff. Dortmund, that was one of their best games for a long time.
Yeah, I'm looking at that scoreline today that Murdo has told us about. It does look like Celtic caught Dortmund at their peak, which is a bit, unfortunate certainly for them. But listen, Murdo, we really appreciate you giving up time on your Saturday afternoon. It's great to hear you're doing so well, and well done for putting up with Hugh Keevins writing this book. You take care.
Thank you very much. Great to speak to you all.
Brilliant. Great to hear from Murdo. So what's the book called, Hugh? Remind us.
It's called Murdo Murdo, which was the Celtic fans' chant when Murdo came to Celtic, late 70s. And as I say, there's a powerful emotional story there, and there's also an incredible football story.
And you can buy it all good bookstores, as the
and
phrase
Amazon
goes.
And all the rest of it.
There we go. Brilliant. We'll maybe get, if you drop by, Hugh Keevins will sign it for you as well. So
who comes up with a title, Hugh? You?
I offered them 2 titles.
What was the other one?
The other one was On My Own 2 Feet, because Murdo, as a result of being on the ventilator for 8 weeks, developed problems where the blood did not get to his feet, and subsequently he has lost all 10 toes. So Murdo had to learn to walk again, and he did a special Celtic night, and he said to me, I'm going to walk on my own 2 feet. And I thought, I hope he'll be okay. But he was determined not to appear in front of the Celtic supporters. The hospital gave him a Zimmer, he gave him a wheelchair, and he sent both back. And he said, I'll do this on my own 2 feet.
I bet he's still playing golf.
He played at Turnberry.
Yeah, there you go.
This is 2 years later, Daz.
Yeah.
2 years later, because all this happened to Murdo in September of 2022. And he called me, and I said, where are you? He said, Turnberry. I said, Turnberry as in the golf course? Yeah. I said, what are you doing there? Well, I'm playing golf, obviously. And he complained about the 4-ball in front of him because they were too slow.
Holding them up.
And I thought, there he is. 2 years ago, he's been told, his wife's been told, there's nothing more we can do.
Brilliant. Well, great to hear that he is doing well. You did miss one of these. It felt wrong to interrupt Murdo when he was in full flow about topics much more serious than Saturday afternoon football, but you missed one of these.
Goal flashes with M&D Green Pharmacy.
A good few minutes ago now, Dundee have taken the lead against Kilmarnock. It's Larkesh with a low drive in off the post. A nice build up, good finish back across the keeper, and it's Tony Dock who has one up on Derek McInnes for now. Dundee 1, Kilmarnock 0.
The hard shift goes on for Derek McInnes because not a win yet, second bottom, and it would be a heck of a performance to come back and win that game now. I think
it's the first time Dundee have even taken the lead in any game since, was it that game at Easter Road actually? Remember the one? And they threw away the lead that day, obviously, didn't they? I think they get pegged back to draw the game end of August, perhaps. It's the first time they've been in front. Junior Hoylitz had a free kick for Hibs against Motherwell just over the bar. Lewis Miller taken down after a good run from deep. Very much Hibs on top, Gordon Dalziel at Easter Road.
Yeah, home advantage. I think Hibs are just continuing from last week. I think they were very good at Ibrox. They were very well organised. I think they got a bit of confidence from that. But look, we know the strength of Motherwell. We've seen it before this season. They're sitting there in fourth, and they're sitting fourth for a reason. They've been absolutely terrific. Their goalkeeper's been in great form as well, and they've got that young man made 50 appearances, Miller, in the middle of the park, just playing off the front man that can certainly get you goals. So I think the first goal there at Easter Road's got to be really important this afternoon.
Let's do a 5-minute warning on the teaser, please, Hugh.
Since season 2019-2020, 6 permanent Scottish Premiership managers have left their role after the start of the season, but before Halloween. Who are they?
Okay, some very interesting guesses coming in. The one that people are getting wrong, well, there are various ones, but one in particular, which is a sneaky one. Blue Wheels wants to go for Graham Alexander.
Nope,
it was before the league started. Graham Alexander just.
So he did, yeah.
So that's the sneaky one there, I have to say.
Was it the Irish team, the Welsh team?
Yeah,
the Irish
try
team
not to mention it, to be honest.
Yeah.
Other than that, I think most of you are getting sort of there or thereabouts, certainly. Let's see what other wrong ones we can do. I've got guesses coming in for Jim Goodwin.
No, he's not there.
Angelo Alessio.
No.
Michael Donati said him. A few people said him. Michael also wants to throw in Brian Rice.
No.
Okay. Loads of people. Charlie Bair is another wee scooch. Graham Alexander is so common a wrong answer here, I have to say. GK Dave wants to throw in Sean Maloney.
Throw him back out.
And Derek Adams.
No.
Okay, you've got about 5 minutes and we will round it off there. Still no goals, no further goals to tell you about in the Premiership. Olasanya a couple of minutes ago, a ball over the top again, a scramble from a corner, couldn't convert. It remains St Mirren 0, Dundee United 0, Hibs 0, Motherwell 0, Dundee 1, Kilmarnock 0 and Falkirk 1, Ayr 0 in our featured Championship game. Your old pal Hugh, Ian McCall, still struggling. Clyde 0, Spartans 1. However, your new pal, his team are flying. Scott Allen's Kelty Hearts 2-0 up on Queen of the South. That's a very good result in the making.
I think that's a good pair on a Friday night.
Do you know a few people? I've been getting a lot of positive feedback about that.
I think there's a good blend there. There's good positivity. Scott's very knowledgeable about football. Q isn't. I think it matches.
Scott's not quite as fashionable and handsome as Hugh.
Yeah.
As well. So Hugh's
popular.
To
be fair,
Hugh's the fashionable, handsome one out of the two.
He's George Michael and I'm Andrew Ridgely.
I'm not entirely sure how he'd feel about that, quite frankly. But I think if we move on. But no, a few people are telling me they like it. They think
I'm loving
it's an unlikely duo, but they think the Keevans Allen Friday night is.
I had the blanket on last night. Listen, 7:30.
The same with Halliday. Halliday walked into the premises and he's looking at the.
You've took everybody under your wing, haven't you?
He's looking at the old guy and thinking, but that went well.
Did you didn't go and get that electric blanket you were on about, did you?
Yeah.
Nonsense. My wife's pushing for one of them, and I'm
telling you now.
down.
Tell the boys out at the grounds as well. Tell me what size of bed they've got. I'm getting everyone one for their Christmas. It's a game changer. It's
Not for me, I have to say.
Wilson's, he's intrigued.
You know what? I did go home the other night and said to Leanne, we need to get one of these.
It's a game changer,
not a
mate.
chance.
The one thing I never thought I'd discuss with Gordon Dale prior to the game starting, he said to me, "You have a blanket?" I said yes. So we discussed blankets.
No, not for me.
Tell you, game changer.
You still got your jammies on when the blanket's on?
Not at all.
Not a stitch.
Did you have to ask that? Did you really have to ask that?
You get too warm.
People might be having a late lunch.
That's the best about it.
Just everything free.
I never thought when I started off my career in the 80s playing with Rangers that the most important thing to me would be an electric blanket. Now,
what time did you go to bed last night?
7:30.
Seriously?
It's on my life.
So before Hughes even finished the full-time teaser,
7:30.
He's getting his money's worth, Gordon.
I was excited, right? I put my blanket on about 20 to 7, quarter to 7. I thought I'd give it a wee 45 to warm up. But I couldn't wait. Right in there. It's brilliant. It's superb.
Disturbing. Truly disturbing. Adam says not much happening at Easter Road. It's the battle of the long throws between Jordan Obita and Kofi Balmer. This is not a sort of biased thing, because I don't think you get any prizes for this. Adam says he's not sure whose is longer. Have you seen Kofi Balmer's at Motherwell?
I've not seen any of them.
It's hard to beat that, seriously.
Is it?
You get one of those trajectory, like the bullet straight in.
But
is it better?
You can throw it from your flat.
Is it better than the Hearts
Park?
Who was? What do you call
Robin Nielsen?
No,
Gerald Taylor. He's got a chuck on him, hasn't he?
The game must be absolutely desperate if you're discussing throw-ins.
No, Kofi Balmer, seriously.
I still like to remember the feature in the old, what was it, Scott Sport or whatever. Yeah, the longest throw-in. It was brilliant. I'm not joking. I was at Dundee United at that point as a kid. We used to practice hoping Scott Sport would come and film us.
Kofi Balmer's is outrageous, and I'm glad he's in the team at the expense of Dan Casey, who's suspended, because I feel like we need to talk more about an Irish guy who's named after Kofi Annan.
Yeah,
like he genuinely is. I thought maybe somebody's at it on his Wikipedia page. It's just a strange place to look for your inspiration.
Like Che Adams, named after Che Guevara. There you are. Cuban revolutionary.
That's right over my head, is he?
But I still
you never
feel
heard of Che Guevara?
No, who's that?
Cuban revolutionary.
I still feel like
you must have heard them.
You've never heard of Che Guevara?
Never in my life.
By the way, if you see if you got that West End, it's full of guys with t-shirts on me.
You'll have seen the image.
No.
You've never seen this picture.
100.
Oh my goodness.
No, I have not a clue what you're talking about.
You have seen
this is right
picture.
over my head.
No. Everybody's seen this picture, for goodness sake. You've never seen him before.
Never in a million.
Oh,
Who is he?
How many times do I have to say Cuban revolutionary?
I've never seen that image.
Never in a million years, no.
How sheltered is this guy?
Where would I see that?
Well, I don't mean.
Where would you not see it? It's everywhere.
I don't expect you to have seen him, but like on T-shirts, posters, banners.
No, are they deer?
Are they deer? What
do you mean?
The T-shirts? No, that's not a point. It's a figure that's well known throughout the.
It's like an iconic image, probably one of the most iconic facial images.
If he doesn't come from mother, well, I don't know. It's as simple as that.
He would have sorted Motherwell's problems out.
Scott Allen could have played with his Stookie for Kelty Hearts today. They're 3 up, not even half time yet.
I know, Cooney South were doing okay as well.
The top of the league.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Kelty are absolutely battering them. 3-0 at half time. Oof. Well, it's not half time, but it will be 3-0 at half time. I'll tell you what, our old team Airdrie are really struggling. One down already at home.
Speaking about the bigger picture, Brendan Rodgers and principles and stuff, I wonder if Rhys McCabe got lots of plaudits for the way he played because it was open and expansive. I wonder if he's stuck to that, and it's.
I think it's more of a personnel thing though when they've lost some big characters from last season.
Yeah,
trying to turn it over and do it again.
Never easy, but he's still got enough credit in the bank to keep on going there at Airdrie.
Right, do the teaser?
Yeah, go on then. Let's put everyone out of their misery.
The first half teaser
with the scottishsun.co.uk/football for the best football news and opinion online.
Since season 2019-2020, 6 permanent Scottish Premiership managers have left their role after the start of the league season, but before Halloween. They are Stephen Naismith, Craig Levein, Michael Beale, Jack Ross, Lee Johnson and Stephen McLean.
Brilliant. What an effort if you got all them right, and loads of you came pretty close even if you didn't get them all, so well done on a good effort. Always know our listeners have the top knowledge out there. I'm impressed with the standard as always. The winners' podium looks like this though. In third place, Token Jester, Dylan Patton in second place, and Not Matondo was the winner of the first half teaser, which leads me nicely on one of those answers. Did you see that coming during the week? That revelation about Craig Levein having his nipple pierced.
No, I still can't believe that.
I know. Of all the characters throughout Scottish football history,
if I had to come up with a list of people who would be least likely in Scottish football to have their nipple pierced,
he'd be at
Hugh
the top.
Keevins would be top and Craig Levein would be second.
I'm going to put Levein first in that list, Hugh, because I think there's an edgier side to you that we maybe don't know about when you shave that moustache off.
Not that edgy.
But I couldn't believe he was serious when I watched it, and he was so deadpan and straight faced about it.
I assumed he was joking, right? And I actually thought it was a funny joke, to be fair. I thought it was a good line because we were talking about Simo Valakari, the new St Johnstone manager, having the earrings or ears pierced. But then he added the detail and said it was when he was the Leicester manager, and he had it for about half of the time that he was at Leicester.
That was a staggering bit, because when he said he had one, I'm thinking he must have
a teenager.
Exactly. Yeah, I go, but Leicester manager, and were they in the Premier League or if they were in the Championship? Either way, imagine him in the showers with the players on at that time 20 grand a week and that, and he's cutting a bit.
I know what you're thinking, Gordon DL, but he did clarify it was a ring, not a bar.
All right, okay.
I know you were probably
as long
worried
as
about
it was a ring.
I know you're probably worried about the
what the time
difference.
of it Mo Silla is having at Dundee.
Was you off again?
I sent off though. He had that real bit of a health scare last week, and fine to play today. Now sent off just before the break, Mo Silla. So Dundee are 1 up, but they're down to 10 men. It was a second yellow, so you should know the drill by now. No VAR intervention there is something that across the world people might get a bit frustrated about, but this isn't just a Scottish thing. You're not allowed to look at second yellow cards, so maybe that will change in the future, but not for now.
Well, St Johnstone's 2 bad boys, Sidibe and Kimpioka, they have had real trouble with red cards, but they're back tomorrow for that game against Rangers at Ibrox. Could that make any difference? Still reeling from firstly, the Craig Levein has his nipple pierced revelation, and secondly, that you've never heard of or worse seen
Che Guevara. You must have seen that image
I haven't.
before.
Stop asking me the question. I've given you the answer.
Anyway, back to the nipple ring.
Just quickly, sorry. Do you know what to do then? Go on. A bit of culture for you.
Right.
I know you like to. I know you like to
I'm
watch.
too busy.
I know you like to watch foreign films on a
Yes,
Saturday night,
yeah.
right?
Learn the language.
You ever seen The Motorcycle Diaries?
No.
It's a Spanish film about Che Guevara. It is sensational. You watch that tonight. You'll need to put subtitles on though.
Okay, that's fine.
That's a real bit of culture.
He's
for
not
you.
watching
You'll like
that. Ain't with subtitles.
Have you ever seen it?
No. See, that's
Wonderful.
a bit of me.
It is
But did
wonderful.
you not ask Craig Levine
Back
off
to the
air?
nipple piercing.
Aye, off air. What was he thinking?
So I heard someone did ask him off air, and again he just because that's his manner, isn't it? He wasn't acting like it was ridiculous. He was just like, yeah, just went and just one of those things.
Well, he must have had a night out. And
No.
To get your nipple pierced, isn't he one of those things?
you don't wake up on a Sunday morning and go, do you know what?
He said he had it for about a year and a half or something during his time at Leicester. Listen, maybe it is an elaborate joke, but he was presenting it entirely sincerely, both on camera and off camera when we asked him. I can tell you that much.
Yeah.
Well, any publicity is good publicity. So he's got people talking about him again. He'll be in for a job
Oh, yeah.
next one.
Tell you what, wish it was at Brentford 4,
some
Wolves
game.
2.
Some game. Intend.
Half time, Roger Hanna in Paisley. Take it away, Roger.
St Mirren 0, Dundee United 0. Not great fare, I have to say, Gordon. I was thinking of nipping into Paisley to get piercing myself. It would be a less painful watch. I'll quickly buzz through what doubles his chances in this first half. Olusanya, scissor kick over the top after 50 seconds, and then going down in the box. Scissor kick over the box after 9 minutes. A challenge in the byline, but referee Ross Hardy correctly waving play on. United come into the game. Will Ferry firing over the top from 20 yards after 14 minutes. And then Emmanuel Adebayoga had a miss-hit shot inside the 6-yard box, which is punched clear by Buddy's goalkeeper Ellery Balcom. Olusanya in the front foot again, firing over the top after Alec Goggins.
Feels like every week Roger Hanna has to battle the signal difficulties there in Paisley. He'll be as frustrated as the rest of us, I'm sure. Let's go Falkirk first and get Fraser Wishart's half-time report there.
Yeah, half-time Falkirk 1, Ayr United 0. I've really enjoyed this first 45. Good to watch, especially for Falkirk fans. They're deservedly ahead through an early Ethan Ross goal, but they haven't been able to get that second due to good goalkeeping and defending from Ayr. Falkirk just started really positively on the front foot, pressing well, and got that goal on the 8th minute. Gary Oliver has been brilliant throughout this game. Slid a lovely pass inside Dylan Watch at the right back for Ayr. Ethan Ross ran onto it, and young Liam Russell in the goal just hesitated for a second. Ross was quickly onto it and slid a low finish past the keeper into the back net of the net with his left foot. But Ayr responded quite well. The first chance of 15 minutes, really good play in the right. Ball's fed into Marco Roos inside the box. He's been very impressive today, playing in number 10 position. Sharp turn by the midfield player, and hit his shot just a foot wide with the keeper beaten. Then Ethan Ross almost got a second in 20 minutes. Neat play inside the penalty box, a 1-2 with Oliver. His first shot was blocked. He was quickly onto the second rebound, but he hit it into the side net despite the Falkirk fans in the main stand thinking that he'd scored. 2 minutes later, Calvin Miller denied by a really good save from Liam Russell in the Ayr goal with his foot. He just stuck out a boot after good work by Oliver had set up the winger inside the box. Keeper then was quickly off his line to grab the ball as Ross again looked like scoring, but for all Falkirk's good play, Ayr not out of it. Dempsey and Roos tested Hogarth from 20 yards with both shots straight at the goalkeeper. Good defending by Ayr throughout this first half, though. Dylan Tate and Callum Miller denied by good blocks inside the penalty box as Falkirk continued to look likely to score. And just approaching the half-time whistle, Babbage for Ayr and Oliver for Falkirk had efforts on target, but both saved no more goals in the first 45. But Ayr have had enough half chances, enough of the play, just to remind John McGlynn that his team, despite being the better team and being on top for the first 45, they'll probably need a second goal if they're going to get the 3 points here today. Half-time, Falkirk 1, Ayr United 0.
Big game in the Championship then. We'll get back to Roger Hanna very soon. No half-time whistles yet in the other Premiership matches. 5 minutes added in Dave Galloway's game between Dundee and Kilmarnock. 3 added at Easter Road between Hibs and Motherwell. We won't be far off that one finishing. That will be next. Marley Watkins has just passed up a big chance for Kelly, a downward header. A couple of minutes ago he should have scored, really. Remember, they have that man advantage as well. It is half-time, Easter Road. Here's Adam.
Yeah, half-time at Easter Road, Gordon, and it's Hibs 0 at Motherwell 0. Hibs on top, but no goals and not many chances to show for it. Their big opportunity came after 21 minutes when Jordan Obita's deep cross found the head of Mykola Kukurevich. However, the Ukrainian was denied not once but twice from close range by Motherwell goalkeeper Aston Oxborough. And they really should have been ahead at this stage, because from the resulting corner, Junior Hoylett picked out Kukurevich again, but his header was cleared off the line by Lennon Miller. It went a little bit quiet after that, not many chances, not much football being played, but 5 minutes before the break, Hibs had another opportunity. Kwon was next to test Oxborough. His left-footed curling effort was tipped around the post by the Well goalkeeper. In terms of the visitors, Motherwell, well, they didn't see much goalmouth action at all at the other end. Apostolos Stamatopoulos had an early volley comfortably saved by Josip Bursic. Zach Robinson and had a couple of efforts blocked coming in off the left. But I mean, that was about it. David Gray, the Hibs manager, he needs a big second half from his players, because it looks to be Junior Hoylett really the only threat for his team. He's really troubling Stephen O'Donnell and Paul McGinn on the left hand side, so I'm sure the manager will be telling his players to feed the Canadian more often in the second half. As I said, not many chances to report, but we've got a great long throw-in competition going on. Kofi Balmer, he's in first place, he's cleared the penalty spot. Jordan Obita has cleared the front post, so he's in second, and in third it's Lewis Miller, who's just about cleared that front edge of the 6-yard box. Hopefully some more chances to discuss in the second half. It's Hibs 0, Motherwell 0.
What about Dens Park with Dave Galloway?
Dundee 1, Kilmarnock 0 at the interval, Gordon. Dundee made a positive start, showing plenty attacking intent. They had early penalty claims turned down when Simon Murray's shot appeared to strike a Killie player's arm in the box. The home side created a number of decent openings. Billy Cumieto's through ball found Curtis Main, whose first touch let him down, and the chance was gone. Main swung at a loose ball, which actually went out for a throw-in. Not his day so far. Zayed Larkesh, though, went close with a powerful drive from outside the box that flashed just wide. But Larkesh was not to be denied, and deservedly put the hosts ahead after 24 minutes. Lyle Cameron, with a very clever pass, found Larkesh, whose low drive back across Robbie McCrory went in off the post. Kilmarnock hadn't really threatened much. Kyle Vassell's shot from the edge of the box flew well over the bar, but they did start to come a little bit more into things. David Watson's header from Matty Kennedy's cross, easily saved by John McCracken. In 43 minutes, though, there was controversy. Dundee were down to 10 men. Mo Silla got a second yellow card for a challenge on a Kilmarnock player over on the far side. Killie then really should have equalised when Marley Watkins, well positioned in front of goal, just couldn't get his header on target. The half-time whistle from the referee was greeted with a storm of boos from the fans. They're clearly very annoyed with the decision of the referee to send Mo Silla off. Haven't had a chance to see the incident again, but it looked pretty controversial given by the fans' reaction. So it's well balanced, though. Can Kilmarnock take advantage of their one-man advantage in the second half? Only time will tell. Dundee 1, Kilmarnock 0.
I will check back in with Roger Hanna at St Mirren and get you a full roundup of the half-time scores next.
The fastest goals, the expert opinions. This is Clyde One Super Scoreboard.
Half time in the 3 o'clock kickoffs. We'll get you a return to Paisley in the not too distant future and hear from Roger Hannah. And we'll do a roundup of the half-time scores as well. There's not been loads of goals to tell you about in the early stages, certainly here in Scotland. Hopefully we get more action in the second half. But as things stand then currently in the Scottish Premiership, it's Dundee 1, Kilmarnock 0, Hibs 0, Motherwell 0 and St Mirren 0, Dundee United 0. In the Championship, Airdrie 0, Dunfermline 1, Falkirk 1, Ayr 0, Morton 0, Wraith Rovers 0, Partick Thistle 0, Livingston 0, and you guessed it, Queen's Park 0, Hamilton Accies 0. In League 1, Alloa 0, Cove Rangers 2, Annan Athletic 1, Montrose 0, Arbroath 0, Inverness 0, Dumbarton 1, Stenhousemuir 2, and Queen of the South 0, Kelty Hearts 3. In League 2, Clyde 0, the Spartans 1, East Fife 2, Bonnyrigg Rose 0, Edinburgh City 0, Stranraer 1, Peterhead 0, Elgin City 1, and Stirling Albion 2, Forfar Athletic 1. We'll go back and check in with Roger Hannah in Paisley and build up to the second half's next.
Clyde One Super Scoreboard Podcast with Lookers Audi. Book a test drive for the fully electric range today. Head online for details.
At Barclays, we're here for every goal. We're here for the Premier League and the Barclays Women's Super League. We're here for the football chants and for giving more girls a chance. We're here for the grassroots and all the muddy boots. From schools to stadiums, we're here for it all. Barclays, here for every goal. At Barclays, we're here for every goal. We're here for the Premier League and the Barclays Women's Super League. We're here for the football chants and for giving more girls a chance. We're here for the grassroots and all the muddy boots. From schools to stadiums, we're here for it all. Barclays, here for every goal.
Clyde One Super Scoreboard Podcast with Lookers Audi. The fully electric Q4 is now available on Motability. Discover it today. Scottish football's league leader. This is Clyde One Super Scoreboard.
Hugh Keevins, Mark Wilson, Gordon DL in the studio. Half-time break around the country. We heard a bit from Roger Hannah and we lost him. Let's get just a quick reminder of how it went in the first half in Paisley.
The St Mirren 0, Dundee United 0 at a break. Chances at a premium here in the first half in Paisley. Kayosio Lasagna central to most of it, the attacking play for St Mirren. Here a scissors kick over the top after just 50 seconds. Then went down in the box in 9 minutes, but referee Ross Hardy correctly waving play on. Will Ferry first to threaten for United, shooting over the bar from 20 yards after 14 minutes. Emmanuel Adebayor then next to threaten for the visitors in 22 minutes. A mishit shot inside the box, punched clear by goalkeeper Ellery Balcom. Lasagna then fired over the top after a pass from Alec Gogic in 33 minutes. And 3 minutes later, he teed up Roland Duo for a shot that fizzed past the far post. Jim Goodwin clearly unhappy with United in his return to Paisley. Made a change in 39 minutes. Jord van de Sande off and Glenn Middleton thrown into the attack. He'll expect more from his players in the second half. We're all hoping for better. St Mirren 0, Dundee United 0.
I think across the board we'd hope for a bit more drama in the second half. I think clearly Dundee Kilmarnock's had the best of it, Hugh, because they've had a goal, and Dundee are down to 10, so that's an interesting battle, that in the second half, to see how that one pans out.
A lack of goals, but there's a fascination attached to the second half everywhere. You know, Dundee only one ahead of Kilmarnock, but Dundee down to 10 men, controversially so, according to Dave Galloway. Hibs and Motherwell, I had Motherwell for an away win there. I'm still in with a shout. And St Mirren, Dundee United goalless. That might even end up goalless, I think. Meanwhile, Fraser's got the big game, Falkirk A United. Falkirk 1 up, but A United, I think from memory, have a habit of late goal scoring, so I'm not writing off Bruni's chances.
I've got to say it's been disappointing. I was upbeat 3 o'clock. I thought the lads sitting at the grounds would get plenty of goals, plenty of attacking football, but hopefully it can only get better in the second half.
Yep, guys are right. Bleak stuff this afternoon. Defence is on top. I fancy Kelly to get an equaliser early into the second half.
Oh, it's a big shoot.
Clyde One Super Scoreboard Goal Flashes with M&D Green Pharmacy. Get advice on keeping infections and viruses away when school returns.
Yeah, don't detect a desperation for the Premiership teams to make any changes yet, or maybe news is just not reaching as Ayr have made a couple. Mackenzie and Oakley on, Babbage and Walker off, as they look to get back into that game there at Falkirk. St Mirren Dundee United, remember, poised goalless there. Same story, Hibs Motherwell. Does sound like Hibs though would be the team frustrated at not being in the lead, Gordon.
Yeah, seems that the home advantage is working for Hibs. All it's missing is a goal. But don't write off Motherwell. We've seen this picture before. They look like they've been out the game, and then all of a sudden, you know, they've got a forward threat that can get you goals and get you a good victory away from home. But I think if you're Motherwell, walking away this afternoon with a point, I think that'd be a good result.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think Motherwell's early form this season, if you go away then Easter Road and come away with a point, then Stuart Keltwell and you guys as Motherwell fans must be happy with that. But the opposite side, if you're going along Easter Road every single week and you've only seen your side win once against St Johnstone and they were down to 10 men in that game as well, then you're entitled to hope for more. And hope for more is a victory against Motherwell. So that's going to be an interesting 45 minutes. And how the crowd at Easter Road stay with a team.
Yeah,
they sometimes turn in years gone by when they're not happy and the voice are concerned.
It looks one of those games that first goal's the winner this afternoon at Easter Road.
The winner?
Yeah, I think so. You agree, Hugh?
Well, Davy Gray better hope it's him, because the Hibs fans won't put up with it for ever. But the capital city, Hibs, you know, in 9th position, Hearts bottom of the table. What's going on in the capital?
The rugby's coming up, Hugh. They're all interested in the rugby. The autumn internationals, that'll keep them entertained.
Surely up at Dens Park, you've got to look at Derek McInnes. I know they're one behind, but 45 plus minutes to get back into the game against 10 men and try and get your first 3 points on the board.
It looks even worse if you lose to 10 men. Playing 10 men for more than half a game.
See, the surprising thing for Kelly for me this season is how good they were defensively last year. Hard to play against. You know, we're chanting about Celtic when they went to Dortmund. The gaps were too big between defence, midfield and attack. Kelly were the opposite last season. Very difficult to play through. This season's the opposite. Concede far too many goals. 16 goals conceded in this their 7th game. And then at the top end of the pitch, you know, not really been clinical enough. Only 6 scored. They need something big in this 45 minutes coming up to dig Derek out a hole.
Yeah, nothing even down the leagues to tell you about yet. Just a couple of updates. Ekpiteta booked for a swipe on Stamatolopoulos, as Motherwell looked to offer more of an attacking threat than they did in that first half. And it's a great option. Gordon Moses at BA always scores off the bench, so started him last time, doesn't score from the start. Stick him back in the bench and hope that he can do the real super sub role.
Do you know, it's something great for Motherwell. It's great for a manager to have in his locker, but for a player, you don't want to have that tag of saying, right, okay, every time I start a game I don't seem to score, I don't look like I'm top form, but when I come off the bench I make such an impact and I get a goal. It'll be interesting to see if he can keep that run up this afternoon.
Right, so we need goals. What's happening out there? St Mirren, their season a bit flat as well. Is there something in it that the international breaks or the breakup of momentum, is that affecting teams?
Oh, there we go. There's one that's not in our top flight, but nevertheless.
Goal flashes with M&D Green Pharmacy.
It's Falkirk 2, here United 0, and it is Ethan Ross on 51 minutes. It looks like the Bairns will take charge of the championship again.
Bruni be doing
first
well.
Defeat. Yeah,
be doing well to save that one. Morton won up as well. They are catching up on your employers. You know, if that scoreline was to become the end result.
Yeah, is it their birthday today? Is it 150
yes,
years old?
Morton 150 years of age.
Great for a bit of knowledge, yeah. I learned that last night as they were beating my young 18s team.
Hugh was at their 10th birthday, which was a great day.
I loved Capello when Alan McGraw was the manager and Benny Rooney was the manager. It was
my favourite place to play here.
Yeah,
I loved it in the old days, with the wall right across. The dressing rooms, and Fraser will probably tell you that, were the worst in the world. They were the coldest dressing rooms ever.
Great for the press though, because if you stood on the track you could hear every word after the match that the managers were saying, and it was quite spectacular when Sir Alex would go down there and Andy Ritchie would beat him, and then Sir Alex would let go. And you're
never played there.
Seriously,
never in my days.
It was great.
Games,
seeing the old days atmosphere and
the stadium wouldn't have changed much.
No. Well,
I was there not so long ago, and if that's upgraded,
then stand up. See, to be fair, they put a lot of effort in. They've got new toilets, and the dressing rooms have got a bit of heating now. But I used to just everybody would say, "Oh, terrible place to go, Capel." I used to love playing at Capel.
That does not surprise me though.
Why?
Because you seem that kind of guy that likes that stadium and you know that sort of surroundings.
He's a man of the people.
Aye,
yeah.
Salt of the earth kind of guy.
And it was one of those lucky. I tend to. I was very lucky. I get.
Is that not where you broke Wraith's record?
I think I scored a hat trick that day to break it.
Okay.
No, that's why he loves it. Of course, there's a story
behind
it.
It was one of the grounds I felt comfortable playing. There was other ones I didn't like. For instance, Hampden. I hated playing at Hampden.
Right, the big stadiums on the big occasion.
Yeah, probably. I didn't have the ball, but I just loved Capello.
Well, anyway, happy birthday, Morton.
Yeah, happy birthday, Morton.
Stuparevic on loan from Motherwell has scored the goal, so good to see him making an impact. Fraser Wishart says when he played at Capello in the 80s with Motherwell, a player went to the toilet and a rat popped its head out of the pan.
Probably be Fraser
much
after a half-down team talk with the manager. I'm doing here. The gaffer come in earlier.
I'm not sure I even get that, to be quite honest.
By having a go to Fraser, I know that. Again,
I think we just move on.
Your PFA invite at the end of the season is well and truly done.
He keeps knocking it back.
He does, doesn't he?
I've nothing to lose. I'll never get invited.
Last season you knocked it back for Take That, or was that the season before?
That was last season.
Last season.
You missed a good night as well.
Yeah.
Was that not the night you and Fraser wore matching jackets?
We did, aye. Men of style.
Two fashionable men. Anyway, a couple of injuries to keep an eye on. Liam Gordon's getting treatment for a head knock for Motherwell in that goalless game at Easter Road. Cometio down injured in Dundee. He's okay though. He's fine as well. So no harm done. Wait to see what happens there with Liam Gordon if he has to go off, and if he does, then that will be Motherwell's defensive issues mounting up really. Dan Casey suspended. Kofi Balmer, as we said, coming in for his first league start today. I was keeping a keen eye when I was waiting on that goal scorer there, because it came up Arsenal 0, Southampton 1. Is Cameron Archer, but Ross Stewart started for Southampton today in the Premier League away to Arsenal.
Yep.
Keep that up. He's got to be getting a Scotland call up surely. Anyone playing at that level in the striking position would be
of course
we take.
And they're really struggling just now. Southampton manager under a wee bit of pressure, but he's chose to pitch him in. Showed great confidence.
Huge chance for Hibs. It's Kukarevich through, passes it to Chris Cadden, 1-on-1 with the keeper, knows where his loyalties lie, he's a Motherwell boy at heart. Misses deliberately,
rolled it back to the goal.
It's still goalless there. Right, Hugh, let's do this if you're ready.
The second half teaser
with the scottishsun.co.uk/football for the best football news and opinion online.
Happy birthday, Morton. 2 up. I have won multiple trophies in Scotland. I've played alongside Kyle Lafferty, Andy Carroll and Andy Robertson. I have 36 caps for my country and scored at a major tournament. Who am I? Won multiple trophies in Scotland. Played alongside Kyle Lafferty, Andy Carroll and Andy Robertson. I have 36 caps for my country and scored at a major tournament. Who am I?
I like it because multiple could mean 2, it could mean 10. Alright, that's fine, you write it down. At Clyde SSB, get your answers in. It is a race. You're up against everyone else. Gordon, you'll be struggling to beat him, but let's see what you've got there. At Clyde SSB, the home of the teaser on a Saturday afternoon. As always, we like to give you a bit of a tester, as we've done for many years. Get your thoughts over to us there at Clyde SSB.
Quick,
it is a race.
I salute you. That was quick.
I'll give you at the end, because I'm not going to give away what triggered that for me.
Right, okay.
Seen the answer or known the answer
before? Probably. I think you're going down the road. No,
it's really quick.
The one at the I'm not wanting to
give
away.
Yeah, don't you spoil it. Morton are 2 up, as Hugh hinted at. Michael Garrity with the goal. Your old team Wraith Rovers, Gordon, struggling in this one.
Yeah, they've been struggling.
They got a good result last week.
I know, but since new manager come in, it's taking a bit of time. They're sitting, where are they in the league? They're sitting down there in 7th. Morton will probably leapfrog them today with that result. Puts them back down the league again. It's a rebuilding job under a new manager up there. Obviously he'll need time to settle in, get his own ideas over, but he's just got to be careful, because that championship's very competitive.
Good build up by Kilmarnock, but Liam Donnelly's curling shot just not enough really to trouble the goalkeeper. So remember, they trailed Dundee by 1-0, but Dundee have been down to 10 men since the first half. Ross Stewart's Southampton, as I'm now obliged to call them, have been pegged back immediately thanks to Kai Havertz.
The wee light bulbs went on for
Southampton 1.
The wee light bulb
in the squad. We only named 3 forwards, didn't we? We had Che Adams, we had Lyndon Dykes and Shankland.
A slight admin quirk there in that I think in previous squads Ben Doak has been listed as a forward. He just so happens to be listed as a midfielder this time. But yeah, in theory, you're still right.
So there's if we have Ross Stewart in the English Premier League, alright, it's 1-1 with Arsenal, but it could be Ross Stewart for the winner.
That's some story, Ross Stewart, isn't it?
Yeah.
These pathway down to the English Premier League.
Good to see Shea Adams doing so well, scoring goals for Torino. So you'd imagine he'll have a good chance of leading the line. What about Scott McTominay? 23 seconds was it on the clock for Napoli when he scored last night? 23. He's getting rave reviews. So great to see him flying there as well. Since we're on the weekend before the international break, who was the headline inclusion in the Scotland squad this week, Hugh?
Devlin.
No.
Craig Gordon.
41-year-old
41 years of age. Angus Gunn off injured for Norwich today.
Right.
So 41-year-old Craig Gordon or John McCracken of Dundee is going to start for Scotland.
I still have faith in 41-year-old Craig Gordon. I still think that he wouldn't let us down. If it's an emergency job, he won't let us down.
Might not have any choice.
Goal flashes with M&D Green Pharmacy.
Hibs 0, Motherwell 1. Apostolos Stamatolopoulos. Lennon Miller slides him in from the quick free kick. A near post finish, smashes it into the roof of the net. He's a big name, obviously. A big fee in relative terms paid by Motherwell. He's been hampered by injury, and now he gets his first goal in claret and amber. Someone's going to tell me they're wearing their away kit today. But anyway, you get the image. Apostolos Stamatolopoulos makes it Hibs 0, Motherwell 1.
Right, and my ACCA, I had Motherwell for an away win at Easter Road, so I'm well pleased. Where is Stamatolopoulos from?
Australia.
Right.
He's actually in the squad, the Australian squad this week. He's in line for his second cap, and thank goodness they're wearing their home strip. The imagery works anyway.
Right. Well, again, Hibs not good enough. Well done, Motherwell. And I did think they would win the game beforehand. They haven't won it yet, but they are 2/3 of the way there. But Hibs, it's just not good enough.
They've got a good knack, Motherwell, just now. They're playing with such confidence. They probably sat in. They've had a game plan going to Easter Road. Sit in, make it difficult, get in 0-0, come out in the second half. A little bit more going forward, and they've got their rewards. And they've got guys that can score goals. They've got guys that can create it. And defensively, they've been good. And the goalkeeper's been outstanding from the beginning of the season. So, yeah, they've got something now to either build on or hold on to.
It is all Kilmarnock because they look to try and get back into that one up against the 10 men, but no breakthrough yet. Your old pal Ian McCall, equaliser. Clyde 1, Spartans 1, Martin Rennie.
I met a very nice Clyde fan up at Bearsden Cross the day, big listener to this programme, and good luck to you. I hope he's at the game and enjoying it. 1-1.
1-1 at the moment.
So back to the Hibs. There's a Edinburgh derby coming up. It's at Easter Road. Hearts are bottom of the league. It's big day in the capital. That will be once we get the international break out of the way. But the Hibs fans will react poorly to a home defeat.
No, they won't.
Oh,
Goal flashes with M&D Green Pharmacy.
They've hit back straight away. We did say they were probably worthy of a goal anyway. Prior to that Motherwell opener, they've got it. Junior Hoylett cuts inside, he curls it into the bottom corner. We spoke about his quality at Ibrox last week. We knew he certainly had the makings of a productive attacking force for Hibs, and he has scored. So cutting in, curling it into the bottom corner, and now Hibs will probably feel they can go on and win this. It's poised in the capital. It is Hibs 1, Motherwell 1.
Amazing how often that happens when a team goes ahead and they just switch off, maybe relax a bit subconsciously, and then you get a quick equaliser. But by the way, it's exactly what David Gray needed, because you let that go for another 10 minutes and the crowd start mumbling, and it's a hard place then to play. But back in it, and they'll be on to win.
Is it just an 8-second delay we've got? Because I said earlier that Motherwell were defensively very good. So I'm quite happy for you to press that button. But great response.
VAR is checking, but no, the goal stands. So he dispossessed Stephen O'Donnell. They had a look to see if it was a foul. A quick one, no is the answer. Goal stands, and still half an hour to go. So the Hibs fans, they've seen their team on top in the first half. I don't think they'll be too despondent at going behind, and they have responded straight away anyway. Hibs 1, Motherwell 1, Queen's Park 1, Hamilton Accies 0. Jack Turner with the goal.
So now we are cooking with the gas. We're getting goals, except for
St Mirren.
Yeah, the barren wasteland that is the Smizer Stadium, and Roger Han is stuck with it.
Manager of the month Callum Davidson was in the Championship, wasn't he? Queen's Park 1 up on Hamilton Accies as well. So starting October as they mean to go on.
Oh, and they've just had Queen of the South it is, sorry. I thought it was Queen's Park.
Yeah, Queen of the South down to 10 men. Matthew Douglas sent off there.
Having a nightmare. Queen of the South today. Started top of the league. Is it still 4-1?
Yeah, 4-1.
Man sent off. Long afternoon that.
They'll be bringing back Marvin Bartley.
Oh, steady, Hughes, steady.
Not sure. Remind us of your teaser, please.
Okay, I have won multiple trophies in Scotland. I have played alongside Kyle Lafferty, Andy Carroll and Andy Robertson. I have 36 caps for my country, and I've scored at a major tournament. Who am I?
Okay, Big Doc thinks it might be Peter Lovenkrantz.
No, it's not.
Anton wants to throw in Charlie Adam.
No.
Okay, we can get back to that. Keep your guesses coming at Clyde SSB. Zach Robinson's just missed an open goal for Motherwell. You wondered if that goal in the League Cup was a great goal as well against Dundee United. Could that open the floodgates? Well, not quite. He's played through for Stamatolopoulos. Keeper came out, it fell to Robinson. He is off balance, to be fair, and hits it wide. So a chance for Motherwell to retake the lead, but it goes missing. Kilty and Scott are going to come on for St Mirren. Philip Sidowu and Kevin Van Veen going off. Roger Hanna says Kevin Van Veen had to get warmed up to come off. One of those.
Oh no, that
doesn't surprise me.
That's
Nothing
the biggest
worse.
insult you could ever get as a player. Warm up, you're coming off. I heard that many a time ringing through my ears.
I bet you did. Watt and a BA coming on for Motherwell. Robinson and Stamatolopoulos going off. So Stamatolopoulos, the man who got the goal, and Robinson, the one who just missed a good chance. So sort of like for like, and not that it guarantees you anything, Gordon, but all of a sudden that's a bit of depth there in an attacking area for Motherwell. If you can bring on Tony Watt and Moses Abiye, who's scored a number of dramatic goals since joining the club.
Yeah, that's what you need. If you're going to compete into that top six, you need good competition. You need guys that are going to come on. Like Tony Watt would imagine come down thinking he was going to play a lot more football. All of a sudden the competition is there. He's now got to prove to the manager he's the man to go and score goals.
Just to rewind quickly, Paul points out, and I hadn't bothered checking, I just assumed they would still roughly be on, having started the game. How typical is this? Ross Stewart off after 27 minutes injured. He cannot get a break. He's had a terrible time of it. So anyway,
speaking of not being able to get a break, Inverness, Cali, Thistle, one down at Arbroath. They've got less than a fortnight to save themselves from administration.
£200,000 needed within about the next 10 days or so.
October 16. Yeah,
Dunk's gone without wages.
Yeah,
working
for nothing.
Yeah, I've done that before.
Yeah,
for the love of the club.
Honestly, this has to be a lie. It just sounds like a lie.
It's 100% true.
There has to be something else in it.
No.
You would have got it back at some point.
That was not the discussion here. The discussion was quite simply,
exactly.
I work for nothing to save the club.
I'll tell
Which
you what,
club?
Wraith Rovers.
I'll tell you what, you don't need to pay me this week, but you'll pay me treble next week.
No, you should have seen the interest rates in their days.
Exactly. I know you better than that. Don't give me
I gave it all back to the club because they'd been so good to me. Didn't even name the stand after me.
Untruth.
He was discussing the OBE for Alan McCoist during the week.
I love McCoist. I think he's correct in getting that. It's a horse I can't be bothered with.
I sent in a text to Andrew McLean to say the Dazzler should get the OBE for services to fantasy.
Yeah.
How's the celebrity crush going? You've become a bit of
I've got an agent working in my behalf.
So you revealed on the show that you like Ruth Langford. You
I
realise that
Ruth.
she's available. You were going to slide into her DMs. You've been watching a lot of Loose Women.
Yeah.
Any further?
By the way, I'll tell you what, she must notice, right? Because she's upped her game. Big time. She's looking really good. Get the hair done and everything, thinking the Dazzler must. But I've got an agent, I don't know who it is. Somebody in my Instagram's doing a bit of
sending her messages on your behalf.
Videos. No, not videos of odds talking about it.
Like you used to do at school, like your pal putting a word for you.
By the way, boys,
know how that goes.
By the way, boys, do not.
You think there's a chance?
Well, if she sees me, I think there's a great
He genuinely thinks of Ruth. He's told us this already. Ruth sees him in one of the videos, she's going to go, wow.
Who is this guy?
She might
Hold on a minute.
She might just wake up with a wee Sunday hangover and think, he looks okay.
I have always had a thing for men in Under Armour.
He looks like he wears golf gear all the time. I like nothing more.
What's his pictures? What's his hobbies?
You stand with a golf club in every photo. Why?
Anyway,
good luck anyway. I'll be rooting for you.
Edinburgh City have equalised against Stranraer. Arsenal have taken the lead in that game we spoke about against Southampton, subject to a VAR check.
But anyway, there's a website for things like that, is there not? That celebrities hook up.
Listen, I think just let's leave it where it is.
I want to encourage this guy.
Wants to go for dinner with us.
I want to hear stories about what goes on in Loose Women. This morning.
Change for Dundee United. Two players who've had highs and lows in this season already. Miller Thompson started on fire, then had that sitter in Dingwall. Lucas Stevenson, who gave away the penalty in the cup, and then performed ever so well last week anyway. Miller Thompson on for Lucas Stevenson.
We'll hear from Roger at full time, but that has the 0-0 has the look of something grim about it. You know,
sure, there's still plenty of time to go.
But Roger did say though as well, it was the land of the giants before the game, didn't he? So
yeah.
I wonder if that's cancelled everything out.
Well, still goalless down in Paisley. Still, the 3 games are in the balance.
Would you have thought Kilmarnock would have been back in the game?
Yes, before now. Yeah, I would have.
And I think it looks even worse if you lose that game having played more than half of it against 10 men.
I think we all agreed though that Kelly looked good in the attacking areas in terms of the personnel, because Derek always builds his team around that, doesn't he? Like 2 wingers, 2 big guys up front, real quality players that know this league, but they're just not converting their chances.
I think the thing that will really frustrate him, and it can't go on forever, you don't get off the hook on this forever, but the performance levels have been fine. You know, they've not been. The only real outstanding result in terms of in a negative is the home game against St Johnstone. It was off the back of Europe, and actually it wasn't up to a point. It wasn't too bad. I think the game got away from them obviously a bit at the end.
Man sent off, yeah.
Ball in the net, and it is that man, Moses Abiye. Offside flag up. VAR will take a look, but we'll see. Yeah, check over offside stands there. So sign of life from Motherwell that they feel they can go on and win it.
You know, if Hearts were to get a turn at Pittodrie tomorrow, Kilmarnock would be bottom of the league. I mean, I still think that the Jimmy Teelan story is quite remarkable. 12 games, 12 wins. Will 13 be unlucky? I very much doubt it, but what a great day tomorrow. You know, Celtic at Ross County midday, then Pittodrie, and then Ibrox at 8 o'clock at night.
So day and night tomorrow, really.
Yeah.
Full day session that, sit in front of the couch and
You'll
just
be
watch.
going to that, Gordon, as a student of the game.
Going to what?
8 o'clock kick off at Ibrox.
Absolutely no
You'll
chance.
Be home for midnight.
No,
get
I'll
the
have
electric blanket on.
I'll have the blanket on, lying in bed watching it. I wouldn't go down.
That's tough for the fans.
Of course it is.
Yeah. Sunday night, you know, at that time you get home away from the stadium, that's a tough one.
Well, some will not get back on the same day that the match was played. You know, because you know the traffic problems at Ibrox, and then if you live an hour or so away.
I mean, I suppose in that sense it's just the same as any midweek 8 o'clock kick-off, but there is obviously something just weird about it when it's
on
a Sunday.
Yeah, of course.
And it is partly due to road closures in Glasgow and all the rest of it. So anyway, they're all spread out across the day. Tomorrow it should be a fantastic day, as the guys have outlined. What can that win in Europe do for Hearts? You know, can that really kickstart something? But in once it would be really strange if the team bottom of the league was the team that ended Aberdeen's winning run.
Yeah.
But then at the same time they're still Hearts, and it wouldn't.
I think
it wouldn't be that strange. I don't know.
I think it's the most entertaining looking of the 3 games. You know, if Celtic don't beat Ross County convincingly, then it really has been a bad time for Brendan Rodgers. Rangers don't beat St Johnstone convincingly, then it's a bad time for Philippe Clement. But that game sandwiched in between at Pittodrie, that has the look of a proper game.
Motherwell looking the better side at Easter Road. Balmer's long throws causing a lot of issues for Hibs. You know, to actually give them a chance, he's up Arthur's seat now, chucking them into the
I like that.
That
is a threat.
I'd ban them.
Would you?
I hate it. Yeah.
Long throws?
Yeah, I hate it.
Oh no, I like the long throws. That's
maybe
a
it was
threat.
just more like when you played amateur football. Obviously you guys didn't have the displeasure of going to like pitches that one week you'd play in a pitch that's half the size of the previous week, and there was always some big lump that could just throw it from his own 18-yard. No, absolute nonsense.
And let's face it, the big lump you're talking about is sitting in Falkirk Stadium, because she made a career out of that.
Goal flashes with M&D Green Pharmacy.
It's a big goal in Paisley, and it goes the way of Dundee United. St Mirren nil, Dundee United 1. Adebayoga with a close range header. Clearly not a lot in the game. Is this enough to win it? The visitors take the lead thanks to Adebayoga, and we are in the latter stages. Still plenty of time, but crucial time to get your nose in front.
Certainly is. Adebayoga has been a good signing from Jim Goodwin again. Been solid in that back line. And it sounds a bit like away at Tynecastle, where Jim set up defensively, but then they get the opportunity and they nicked a goal and they were solid enough to hold out. It sounds similar. That'd be a great result if he can hold on.
And if it does stay that way, St Mirren will drop out the top 6 tonight.
Yeah. Not going their way at all.
Yeah.
It'd be the second defeat in a row. That's not a disaster, but there's just something about the club just now that's not happening.
Yeah, Ellery Balcombe sort of made the save. He pushed it out. Docherty, it was with the initial shot, and just Adebayoga reacting first, really. As you said, Mark, he has been good. He got that aggression, kind of plays on the front foot, and it's paid dividends in front of goal. I know he's there to do it in a defensive sense, but that is the difference between the sides in this one. Just a reminder of your teaser, please, Hugh.
Yes, I have won multiple trophies in Scotland. I have played alongside Kyle Lafferty, Andy Carroll and Andy Robertson. I have 36 caps for my country, and I scored at a major tournament. Who am I?
Ian wants to go Colin Calderwood.
Oh, no.
There's another shout from Ryan for Charlie Adam.
Nope.
Greg's Gardens thinks it could be Graham Dorrans,
but it's not.
Kyle's a beaut wants to go for Steve Davis.
No.
Okay.
Steve Davis, 36 caps. Steve Davis got over 100 caps for Northern Ireland, didn't he?
So he did, Stephen Davis, yeah. He got loads. East 5-3, Bonnie Rigrose nil, Alan Troughton with a hat-trick. It feels like Alan Troughton's 53.
Yeah,
now he's not, but he still
scores a barrel every season.
The old fine wine. He's 38, to be fair.
Yeah.
And he's
still
absolutely flying.
That's half my age.
You like that? See, when you've got a number of goal threats, because Nathan Austin's been flying for East Fife as well, hasn't he? And now we've got Alan Troughton as well. Alan Troughton is up to 13 for the season.
Bravo.
13?
He's up to 13 in all
This
competitions.
is the 9th game. Oh, right, okay, ninth league game.
In all competitions, he's up to 13 for the season, in 14 appearances, and he is 38 years of age.
Yeah.
Knows the league, doesn't he? Knows how to operate at that level.
Obviously looks after himself as
And
well.
Nathan Austin's got 10.
Yeah.
A big goal for the Diamonds.
Yes, Airdrie 1, Dunfermline 1, Mason Hancock on 67 minutes needed something. Home debut for Dwight Gale. What an opportunity for him. That would really kickstart his Hibs career if he could come on and grab a winner. He replaces Kuharevich. Rudy Molotnikov comes on for Josh Campbell.
What about Dwight Gale's header at Ibrox? Would you have scored with that, Dazzler?
I thought that was a terrific chance.
Yeah,
I think he's got to do better. Yeah, I would agree with that.
You'd have nodded that in.
Down at the same end, wasn't it?
That was my distance, yeah.
Aye, where he scored his famous goal, Hugh.
Yep.
And then what was your saying again?
Brilliant celebration.
That's how you do it, or something like that.
That's what I'm all about.
That's what he's all about.
It's the only thing I could think of at the time.
You're looking at Hibs, Mark, and Hove has had a long history of bringing through, and everyone knows the real names, and Scott Brown and Kevin Thompson and Riordan O'Connor and so on, and maybe dried up a bit recently. Rudy Molotnikov, still only 18, scored a few for the Scotland 19s in the last international break.
Seen him a few times.
Some high hopes there.
Yeah, Hibs fans seem to like him. He's a player, he's creative, he's got nice touches. Again, he just needs games.
Looks quite powerful for a young... that's usually the bit that they lack, obviously.
Well, but he came from... Did he come from a team down south? Did he play down south as well?
No, he's Hibs. He's just came through at Hibs. And
I thought he was...
had a loan at Stirling Albion last year and barely played.
Okay. I thought he spent some time down south before he came up. But yeah, that's what you... Well, if you've got that physique and you've got the ability and the quality...
Well, maybe way back you could be right, but in terms of recently I don't think so.
Like, the ability that Scott Allen kind of had to pick a pass and creativity. But if you've got the build to match it, then you've certainly got a chance.
What's it story again? His dad is some sort of famous TV director or something like that. Producer,
really, is he?
Writer. I did a Q&A with him and one of the other... It was from the the performance schools. He's one of the SFA performance school pupils. Anyway, he went back to meet the class of this year, sort of thing. The kids were just going into it, and usual sort of questions. What would you do if you weren't a footballer? And they never answer that well, do they? Peter Crouch always is the best.
Yeah, that's the best one.
And he said straight off the bat, an actor. And I thought, wow, what a response that is. But then apparently that's why he comes from a family of working in the sort of entertainment industry. So there you go.
What would you have been?
I would have been I'd been sport, because I was very sporty.
You actually are. Do you know that way? See, of all the rubbish lies that you tell on this show, I can believe that, because I look at the way you weren't even bothered about golf a couple of years ago. You pick it back up, your handicap just keeps coming down and down. You're good at snooker. You won the Bonkle Open badminton. I think that was a lie.
Yeah,
I think you can actually turn your hand to
I would have
sports.
loved to have been a snooker player. I think I would have.
That suits you.
Exactly. Just walk around the table
walking
with the least exertion.
And if you miss, you just go in with the big leather seats.
Get an electric blanket on one of them.
I was going to say, you'd only snooker player to get an electric blanket in the seat in the corner. Right, a bit of drama. I hope it's not Mr. Molotnikov's son, who directed Doctor Who, by the way. There you go. I've absolutely jinxed this guy, and I don't mind because it's against the Steelmen. Triantis off, second yellow card. Said earlier he's been really good, and again, you know the drill. Second yellow, no VAR, forget it. It might be a frustration for you, it might change in the future, but there's nothing we can do about that at the moment. It was a late challenge on Tony Watt, and remember his first one was for
diving,
so that's never good.
That's right.
That is never good. No complaints from him or the Hibs players, incidentally, so that changes things. Motherwell actually were looking the more likely to go on and win it, but was that because Hibs were giving them space and will now Hibs sit back? It's never that easy, Gordon.
Yeah, but interesting to see. I feel that there's a winner there, and I think Motherwell could make that one-man advantage count, Gordon, if they just go on the front foot. I think they've got the personnel to score goals. You just wonder, Hibs at home, will they settle for that point with 10 men? But I've just got a sneaky, the way the season started for Motherwell, they can grab a late winner.
Maybe Tony Watt up against one of the only clubs he's not played for.
Yeah,
it could
exactly.
be a chance there to go and score the winner. Moses Abie is no stranger to
a late goal.
Or if somehow you're Hibs and you're 10 men and you go and win it, what a shot in the arm that is. But we'll wait and see. Maybe about 10 minutes or so remaining there. Triantis sent off for Hibs. They did level through Junior Hoylett. A mistake by Stephen O'Donnell. Hoylett took advantage and scored. Apostolos Stamatolopoulos had Motherwell in front prior to that. Any reaction coming from St Mirren? What's your gut telling you, Hugh?
My gut is telling me that Dundee United will hold on, and it'll be 1-0 for Jim Goodwin. He played for St Mirren, he managed St Mirren, and now he's about to do St Mirren.
I think there'll be something in that game as well. I think we might just get an equaliser.
Killy trying to do it as well, obviously. McKenzie and Anderson. So Bruce Anderson's popped up with goals in the past, of course. They replaced Donnelly and David Watson. David Watson brought back into the team to start, because if you're going to send a message to the manager last week, come on at half time, score with your first touch.
A scissor kick it.
It was a good goal.
Aye,
good goal. Good player.
Are you angry that it didn't get goal of the month? There's a lot of responsibility on me these days. I don't know if you've noticed.
Who did you give it to?
I get to choose.
Who did you go for?
Along with some other colleagues.
Who did you go for?
Adamida. Team goal.
I think that. Yeah. Okay.
Goal flashes with M&D Green Pharmacy.
Goal at Easter Road, and it comes for Motherwell, and it's Super Scoreboard's very own Andy Halliday. The former Hearts man. He's not even on Monday, by the way. Devastated.
Why?
Whatever he's doing, he'll need to cancel. He needs to cancel and come in on Monday on the back of this.
What could be more important than coming in here?
Devastated. But not. He volleys it in from Kofi Balmer's long throw. We said the long throw was a weapon. See, when I said earlier I hated long throws, I didn't mean it.
Love it now.
I take it all back. Andy has close range, by the way. Don't be thinking he's lashed it in from
doesn't
outside
matter.
The box.
It's in the back of the net.
A good one against, was it St Johnson that got ruled out? A belter.
But
right, okay.
There we
closer.
go. So it's Hibs 1, Motherwell 2, and it is Andy Halliday, the former Hearts player. I bet he'll get great reception. It gets a bad reception everywhere, actually. And he scored on the 80th minute. Hibs down to 10 men.
Brilliant. I said 2 minutes before he put the ball in the back of the net, I fancied Motherwell. There's something about him this year.
One of these. We said Kelly were making changes, pushing for the goal against 10 men of Dundee.
Goal flashes with M&D Green Pharmacy.
And the 10 men have done it. Dundee have scored again.
What is
Adewemi
going
with a
on?
really nice finish. 10 men Dundee, 10-man Dundee, 2-0 up now against Kilmarnock.
Well, that's a shocker for Derek McInnes. You know, you can't mop around it. The start of the season has been unacceptable, and now they're losing games to 10 men. Dundee 10 men for more than half the match. That's just not acceptable.
Yep, really poor one for Derek, pushing to get back in the game. And
I think you summed it up perfectly, Mark. See, for Kilmarnock under Derek McInnes, and he always gets the plaudits for how he sets a team up. They're losing goals for fun.
Yeah. But that's a real sore one, especially against your number 2 as well. And this is a critical stage of the season. Nowhere early, but another international break coming up, and you don't want to be cut adrift from where you envisage yourself being at the end of the season. They would have had ambitions of being top 6.
And who's their next game?
I don't know.
Rangers at home.
Oh.
So all of a sudden you're into 8 games, and you could be staring down the barrel of no wins, which would be unacceptable.
And if Hearts win tomorrow, Kelly go bottom of the league.
Yeah, they're in a wee bit of trouble. Look, there's no panic yet, but I was expecting a big season from Kilmarnock. I think they've got the players, I think they've got the squad. They've just not got their season up and running at all.
Yeah, it's a really, really strange start to the season, isn't it? Because as we said, I think up to a point they were kind of in all the games, and maybe refereeing decisions. If you look at the game in Paisley, obviously they felt Sean Rooney should have been sent off and so on. But eventually the body of work's just too big, Hugh. There aren't excuses for it all, and it's a really, really surprising start to the season for Kelly.
You can't walk off that park having lost to a team who had 10 men for more than half the game. You know, it's just not good enough. And even a draw for Hearts tomorrow might be enough to put Kelly bottom.
I've got to say, I think my prediction at the beginning of the season is going pear-shaped here.
Which one?
Well, I did have Kilmarnock for third, I think.
He took Kelly to win. He took Kelly to win the league.
Kelly for third. I meant to say bottom, but unfortunately I've not got the choice.
You did tip them low last season, though. You just can't get them right at all.
I tipped them
to go down last season.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden I thought, whoa, they've had a great season, they'll kick on from it, they brought in a better. Oh, there you go. What do I know?
See this Motherwell goal, by the way, talking about the long throw. It's like thrown from right to, it's almost at the back post. Andy Haldy's coming in towards the back post. It's landing right in the middle of the goal from so far out, and he goes straight in. It's the first touch off the throw-in. So it's like a proper cross, and he just runs in and side foot volley. I mean, atrocious from Hibs.
I was going to say, it must be dreadful defending if that's the case. But
you
wanted them banned, but
it's a
good
shame
weapon.
that Andy Haldy's going to have to be.
Is you going to come off?
No, I mean he's going to have to be fined from SuperScoreBoard for the Alfredo Morelos knee slide celebration.
Did he really?
Come on,
cut the ties, Andy. You're a Motherwell player now.
We'll need to be.
Yeah, good for Andy to get on the score sheet. He's been good for Motherwell though, hasn't he?
Good celebration.
He really has been a good signing.
See, do you ever well, you didn't score a lot of goals, but did you ever do a slide with the knees?
Also got no knees.
But
no
you
cartilages.
You did when you were playing.
No. I was proper struggling with my knees.
You
most games.
Slide in your day in those pitches.
No knees, Wilson.
Aye. Most of my appearance, but get about this. I had major issues still when I was playing.
But you started off with Celtic. You must have scored early in your career at Celtic.
I didn't start off with Celtic.
No, after Dundee United, you were still young. You didn't have all the problems.
I'd had about.
And Celtic still signed
Did you
it.
not
I'd had
see
about
him
10
trying to
knee
chase Daniel
surgeries.
Kuzan?
I remember seeing Stephen Pearson going by him Milan Express train.
No way you knee slid in your day on those pitches.
Not a chance. No, because I would just go right over, nose into the ground,
Dig up the
harvest,
pitch,
bang,
game
abandoned.
Like a digger digging up.
plant
Brought
the
the JCB.
plant the tatties no down.
Yeah, I have to say, of the many things that would stop me being a professional footballer, ability being chief among, there is not a chance I would knee slide as a celebration.
No.
I cannot believe
Me neither.
it's such a high risk strategy.
As in case you stick.
But if you get it right on wet ground, it looks good.
Not a chance.
See, be fair, I'll give Halliday all the credit in the world.
Execution.
Brilliant.
But he told me he's got. Remember, he had the big kitchen renovation and he got new wooden floor.
Oh,
been
he's practicing.
that
Is
in the
it
kitchen.
fairy liquid on the floor?
Tell you what, maybe it's not game over.
Goal flashes with M&D Green Pharmacy.
Dundee 2, Kilmarnock 1. Matty Kennedy and Dundee are down to 10, as we keep saying. So 4 minutes of the 90 remaining.
By the way, the result in this last year,
See if
was
it's
it not
another
2-2?
draw.
Yeah.
Did we not have about 3 2-2s?
3 2-2s and a 1-1, I think.
Oh, it's on again.
Yeah. We think they're looking going, aren't we?
Exactly.
2-2
handshake
2-2.
before the
Do
game.
you remember what I've done for you, Tony?
Exactly.
Do you remember?
I kept you going for 15 years.
Yeah, Kennedy's goal. So there we go. We've got a blockbuster finish there. And I suppose now with the 10 men of Hibs, we talked about their approach, but now they can just throw everything because it doesn't matter, they're behind, so they can throw everything at it.
We better throw everything at this then and get out of
go
the
on
way.
then, let's leave some room.
The second half teaser.
With the scottishsun.co.uk/football for the best football news and opinion online.
I have won multiple trophies in Scotland. I've played alongside Kyle Lafferty, Andy Carroll and Andy Robertson. I have 36 caps.
Oh, sorry,
for my country.
Hugh. Sorry, let's get back to that in a second.
Goal flashes with M&D Green Pharmacy.
Kilmarnock have done it. Dundee 2, Kilmarnock 2. It's Bruce Anderson. We said he was being sent on to try and score the goals. Dundee, down to 10 men, take a 2-0 lead with 4 minutes to go. Kilmarnock score twice in the space of 2 minutes, and we might even have time for a winner yet. That's if the managers haven't shaken on it. But Dundee 2, Kilmarnock 2. Did you? I can't even remember what stage you got to.
I'll speak
I'm
quickly.
so sorry.
I have won multiple trophies in Scotland, played alongside Kyle Lafferty, Andy Carroll, Andy Robertson. I have 36 caps for my country, and I scored at a major tournament. I am Nikica Jelavic.
Nikica Jelavic. Lots of you got it. Well done.
What was the giveaway, Dazzler?
I went Robertson at Hull with him and Andy Carroll West Ham.
I think next week I'm feeling grumpy about it. I think next week we really crank up the difficulty level.
Do you think I got that too quick?
What, you? The listeners are so knowledgeable. They're so knowledgeable.
No, they're very, very good, but obviously not as quick as the Dazzler.
Gerard Hughes was third fastest, Scott Connie in second place, and Scott M was the winner. Well done to you, Scott M. You've got the bragging rights until next week. Clyde One Super Scoreboard, always the home of the teaser on a Saturday afternoon, and you have done well. Dundee sub Astley.
Rick.
Yeah, go on. I left a wee
Never
pause for
gonna
the joke.
give it up. Never gonna let you down.
Ingram has gone off.
Forget you.
Go on, keep going.
I'm just passing
don't let
time.
us interrupt you.
Exactly. I was just getting carried away. I've really enjoyed my afternoon with you guys today. I must
Good.
admit.
That's nice.
Yeah,
It's
you know
nice
what?
to hear.
He's had this every week.
I know,
He's
he's
dropped
changed
a
this
wee
season.
compliment into someone. He's gave us all a compliment there.
The weirdest
Not so
thing-
much Fraser. He's still waiting in his
Big
compliment.
man.
The weirdest thing he's done for me was getting Hugh's grandson tickets to a football match.
He's a changed man.
With no questions asked.
No.
No favour in return
No.
yet.
And they
No.
thoroughly they thoroughly enjoyed it. They had a great time. They didn't even care that Brighton lost. It was such a fantastic day
It
out.
finished 4-2, was
Yeah,
it?
yeah.
6 goals. Listen, I'm just here to please.
Yeah.
I'm a crowd pleaser now.
Yeah.
This selfishness, I've got rid of it.
It's taken you a while. Edinburgh
Yeah.
City won. Stranraer 2, a 93rd minute winner for Stranraer there as well.
He says that, sorry Gordon, selfishness. He asked me what my favourite quality street was earlier.
I saw this.
There was one left and I says it's that green triangle. And within a minute he went, oh, I bet your green triangle. Selfish beyond belief.
I was a mistake. I can only apologise.
I panicked there. See when you said selfish beyond
beyond,
belief. Okay, yeah. I worried. I thought it was a name that you were going to give him. But anyway,
Should've. What a turnaround for Kilmarnock.
They
How
needed
important
that,
that
didn't
is for Derek McInnes. Incredible collapse from Dundee. I know they've got
maybe
10 men.
this time we get the winner. 6 minutes added, and at Easter Road as well. And again, Hibs, I know they're down to 10 men, but if you're at home, Hibs, you need a win. You can chuck everything at that surely in the last 6 minutes if you're Hibs.
Yeah, you would have to think so.
Is this the bit where the 10 men actually shouldn't even really be that as much of a disadvantage? You're not worried about the balance of
just
play.
get your goalkeeper high and just
go man for man at the back and throw everybody up.
Partick Thistle 0,
Classic,
0 mark.
yeah.
Is that enough to satisfy the Jags?
Struggling, isn't
nah, you need to win your home games in this
Livy have
division.
been good though.
They have been good, but obviously Chris would have wanted to win that. You look at the other teams run about them picking up points as well, so maybe a slight
You
disappointment.
find goals hard to come by, do you not?
Yeah, yep. Brian and I think he went with Rico Diaz. So he went with 2 strikers, so it's not through lack of trying. It's been a slow start to the season.
6 goals in 8 games.
I think maybe we should get Brian back on the show, see if we can
Yeah.
spark some life
Spark
into
him
them.
up again. Yeah. You've got to create chances for the strikers to score.
That's a true striker speaking there.
Well, it is, isn't it?
Blame
That's
the
what-
white guy.
Like,
Full time in our featured championship game, and it's a big one at the Falkirk Stadium. Here's Fraser Wishart.
Yeah, a big game, Gordon, and a big result for Falkirk. It finished Falkirk 2, Ayr United now 0 in front of 6,753 people. Terrific crowd, and they were thoroughly entertained by the home side. A comfortable and deserved victory for Falkirk, a performance that shows they are the team to beat in the championship. Ethan Ross is the match winner with a goal in each half, and he could have had more. It was an excellent performance by the winger. Falkirk pressed and started as always on the front foot. 8 minutes they opened the scoring. Gary Oliver, who was excellent throughout, a lovely pass in behind Water at the right back. Goalkeeper Liam Russell hesitated to come off his line. That was fatal as Ethan Ross ran on to slide a low finish into the back of the net past the goalie. Falkirk more likely to add to their lead. Russell, a couple of really good saves to deny Miller, one with his foot, that was a really good save, and then off his line quickly to deny Ross. Here did have enough chances in the first half to remind Falkirk they were still in the game. Roos came closest with a sharp turn and shot, and it was just a foot wide with the keeper beaten. No surprise, couple of changes at half time by Scott Brown, but again no surprise again when 51 minutes it was 2-0 for Falkirk. Calvin Miller burst onto a loose ball inside the centre circle on the halfway line. He ran through the middle, just took his time, slipped the ball to Ethan Ross, who took one touch, cut inside Water, and just passed the ball low into the back of the net at the left hand post. Terrific finish by the winger, who did an excellent game throughout. They're really struggling to make any impact in the Falkirk goal. A short spell where they threw in a few good crosses into the box, but Falkirk were still more likely to score, pushing for the third. Ross and Oliver denied in the boxes. They were just about to get their shots away by excellent last gasp tackles by Stanger and McAllister. A number of crosses gone begging the 6-yard box, no takers, as Falkirk were very comfortable. The flow of the game just slowed a wee bit. A couple of injury stoppages and substitutions, but Falkirk still the team more likely to score. Keelan Adams shot just over the bar on 75 minutes from distance. The keeper was scrambling to get across his goal, and then skipper Brad Spencer, another great performance by him, won the ball in midfield. He drove forward, nobody came to tackle him, and he saw his 20-yard shot tipped over the bar by young Liam Russell. Ayr United had a couple of... So he never felt Ayr United, were in this game, but they remain top of the table on goal difference by 1 goal only. But Falkirk, have to remember, they've got 2 games in hand, and after a terrific performance, I think they put a real marker down that they are the team to beat in the division. Full time here, Falkirk 2, Ayr United 0.
Listen to this.
Goal flashes with M&D Green Pharmacy.
Kilmarnock 2-0 down on the 86th minute, and they have won it. Dundee 2, Kilmarnock 3. Matty Kennedy with a 94th minute tap in. The 10 men of Dundee have collapsed spectacularly, and that is a sensational finish from the Ayrshire Kelly. Hugh Keevins.
Well, hands up. I thought they were going to go dangerously close to being bottom if Hearts won tomorrow, but instead they have gone up the league table, and they will actually go above Hibs, because I think Andy Halliday has done for Hibs today with that second goal from Motherwell. So astonishing comeback. That has the look of a corner turning moment for Kilmarnock. That's sensational.
That's incredible character, Gordon. Yes, they're against the 10 men, so they should have been favourites to get something from the game. but I keep saying it, on the 86th minute they were 2-0 down.
Yeah.
They've just looks like they're about to win this game 3-2.
I think in the 86th minute, if you turn around and say, Derek McInnes, I'll give you a point, he'd have snatched your hand off for it. But to get 3 points is incredible. So my prediction of third place is still on.
Yeah, what an end to that game. Unbelievable. Hugh's right, might be a turning point in their season.
Right, full time in Paisley. Here's Roger Hannah.
Yes, and Mirren 0 and D United 1. United moved 4 points clear of the Buddies in 5th place. Emmanuel Adebayorga was the goal hero 15 minutes from the end, and he also played a part in keeping a clean sheet at the other end. Jim Goodwin celebrating 3 points in his return to Paisley, and just about deserved for the visitors. St Mirren started brightly. Toyosi Olusanya scissors kick over the top after 50 seconds, and then went down in the box in 9 minutes, only for the referee to wave play on. Will Ferry had United's first chance in 14 minutes, but blasted over from distance, and then Adebayorga should have scored in 22 minutes. A mishit shot inside the 6-yard box, punch cleared by Buddy's goalkeeper Ellery Balcom. Olusanya fired over the top again in 33 minutes before teeing up Roland De Duo for a shot wide 3 minutes later. But in the second half, United came into the game far more. Glenn Middleton's cross, it was made by Lucas Stevenson ahead, and it struck Richard Taylor. There were claims for handball, with the referee waving play on. There was then another great save from Jack Walton at the other end to deny Caelan Boyd Munce a 25-yard shot that looked to be getting into the postage stamp corner. But United were getting into the game more and more. St Mirren reacted. Off went Van Veen and Eduwo. On came Kelty and Phillips. Kelty and Scott, I should say. Killian Phillips then off target. But United took the lead in 75 minutes. The captain, Ross Docherty, a fierce shot from the edge of the box. It was pushed out by goalkeeper Balcom. But Adebayorga reacted quickest to the rebound, heading home from close range to put United ahead. It was in a rear guard job for Adebayorga and Co in those last 15 minutes. St Mirren threw everything at it. Michael Mandron, Elvis Bromono and Ocean Smith all thrown on. Richard Taylor glanced the header over the top in 6 added minutes, but St Mirren just couldn't get the equaliser. United, after a point at Kilmarnock last week, get all 3 in Paisley this week. They're comfortable in 5th place in the Premiership. Not bad for a newly promoted team in Jim Goodwin. St Mirren 0, Dundee United 1.
Full time Easter Road. Here's Adam Binney. This is a paid advertisement from BetterHelp. Summer is over, autumn's here, and spooky season is fast approaching. Whether your Halloween icon is Jason from Friday the 13th or Michael Myers, it's safe to say October is a month for masks. But masks aren't just for Halloween. Some of us feel like we're wearing a mask all of the time. Perhaps it's a smile to cover up the fact that even if you look fine on the outside, you're not actually doing very well. Perhaps your mask is for the benefit of your colleagues at work. Maybe it's for your friends or even your family. But if there's a side of you that you're having to keep hidden, it might be worth trying to understand why that is. Therapy can help you accept all parts of yourself so you can take off the mask and be the real you around the people you love. You don't have to have suffered a particular trauma or been through a major life change. It can simply be that you want to learn positive coping skills, how to set boundaries, or just be a better version of yourself. And if you don't think therapy is for you, why not give it a go anyway? Because you've literally got nothing to lose and you might actually be surprised. With almost 5,000 therapists in the UK already, BetterHelp can provide access to mental health professionals with a wide variety of expertise. Visit betterhelp.com/SSB today to get 10% off your first month. That's betterhelp.com/SSB.
At Barclays, we're here for every goal. We're here for the Premier League and the Barclays Women's Super League. We're here for the football chants and for giving more girls a chance. We're here for the grassroots and all the muddy boots. From schools to stadiums, we're here for it all. Barclays, here for every goal.
Oh, must be the new parent posse chat. We're not even new. Our kids are 8. Or, as Eddie says, 96 months. He moved off grid. Can confirm he's still on grid. And he's got another one on the way. He won't have the coverage to live stream the birth, will he?
Well, here at Tesco Mobile, we've made sure he has 99% network coverage. So he could if he wanted to.
Oh, sign me up.
It pays to be connected. Tesco Mobile. Every little helps. Over 99% UK population coverage on 4G.
Yeah, full time at Easter Road, Gordon, and it has finished Stamatolopoulos and Super Scoreboard's very own Andy Halliday have helped Motherwell to a big 3 points over 10-man Hibs, who were booed off the pitch by their own fans on the full-time whistle. Now, the game started slowly, but Hibs probably should have taken the lead before half-time. Nikola Kukravic was denied by a brilliant double save from Aston Oxborough. His header from the resulting corner was then headed off the line by Lennon Miller. So it was goalless going into the interval, but this one really burst into life in the second period. Chris Cadden missed a huge opportunity to put the hosts in front just 5 minutes after the restart. Kukravic slipped in the former Motherwell man, who was 1-on-1 with Oxborough, but he hesitated and had his effort saved by the Steelman's goalkeeper, and it proved to be a very big save because Motherwell then took the lead just a few moments later. Some quick thinking from Lennon Miller, a deep free kick led him to slide in Stamatolopoulos. The Australian peeled off his marker and smashed the ball into the roof of the net from a tight near post angle. However, Hibs responded just 3 minutes later. Junior Hoylett, who was brilliant all afternoon, dispossessed Stephen O'Donnell on the left hand side of midfield. He then burst towards goal, chopped inside on his right foot and wonderfully curled the ball into the farm bottom corner. With the game level, the home fans were expecting Hibs to try and go on and push and win it from there, but it was Motherwell who looked the likelier side. Zach Robinson missed an open goal before the match was made a whole lot easier in the 77th minute. Why? Well, that's because Hibs were reduced to 10 men. Nectarios Triantis was shown a second yellow card for a trip on Tony Watt on the halfway line. Remember, his first yellow was for diving. Motherwell made the most of the man advantage though and regained the lead with 10 minutes to play. As I said, Super Scoreboard's Andy Halliday grabbing the winner. The former Hearts player scoring against Hibs. He volleyed in Kofi Balmer's mammoth long throw from close range before knee sliding in front of the travelling support. Stuart Kettlewell's side have now won 6 of their last 7 matches and are 4th in the Scottish Premiership table. Hibs, however, have still just won 1 league match all season, and they enter the second international break in 10th position. Full time at Easter Road, Hibernian 1, Motherwell 2.
What a huge win that is for the Steelmen, and really impressive start to the season heading in to this international break. Dave Galloway, what a game he's just witnessed. Take it away, Dave.
Yeah, just about caught my breath back after that one, Gordon. Brilliant excitement. Dundee 2, Kilmarnock 3. Dundee made a positive start, showing plenty attacking intent. The home side created a number of decent openings. Billy Kumetio's through ball found Curtis Main, whose first touch let him down, and the chance was gone. Zayed Larkesh went close with a powerful drive from outside the box that flashed just wide, but he deservedly put the hosts ahead after 24 minutes. Lyle Cameron cleverly found Larkesh, whose low drive back across Robbie McCrory went in off the post. Kilmarnock hadn't really threatened much, but they started coming more into things. David Watson's header from Matty Kennedy's cross easily saved by John McCracken. On 43 minutes though, Dundee were down to 10 men in controversial fashion. Mo Silla got a second yellow card for a challenge on Matty Kennedy. Killie really should have equalised when a cross found Marley Watkins well positioned, but he somehow managed to send his header wide. With a numerical advantage, Kilmarnock went at it from the start of the second half. Corey and Daba ran through, but it was a weak parting shot. Liam Donnelly's curling effort didn't bother John McCracken after patient build-up. Bruce Anderson then crashed a half volley off the inside of the post. And 10 men Dundee actually went 2-0 ahead on 81 minutes. Oluwaseun Adewunmi got the better of Jack Burrows and superbly chipped Robbie McCrory, who was, it has to be said, in no man's land. Then an amazing fight back by Killie. This is when the script really took a big twist. It started on 86 minutes. Matty Kennedy's shot squirmed under the keeper and trickled over the line. 2 minutes later, Bruce Anderson headed across by Gary Mackay-Stephen down and into the net for 2-2. Then, incredibly, in the 94th minute, Matty Kennedy tapped in from 4 yards from Bobby Wales's cross to send the visiting support into absolute raptures. So many talking points in a really exciting game. It'll be very, very interesting to get the views of both managers on this one. It finished Dundee 2, Kilmarnock 3.
What a game. What a game for Dave Galloway. And now it is all over to you. 01419511025. An action-packed Saturday afternoon. We thought it was a slow start as well, but my goodness, did we get there in the end. So take it away. St Mirren fans, how frustrating is that? It's a home defeat against Dundee United. It's still a perfectly acceptable points tally this stage of the season, but is that the kind of frustration at not being able to win games like this one? Where did it go wrong today? Killie fans, finally, you're 2-0 down with 4 minutes to go. You've not started the season well. Were you fearing the worst? And how do you feel now? 3-2 winners in the end at Dens Park. The Steelmen absolutely flying, and what a way to win it, with our very own Andy Halliday scoring the winner at Easter Road. Motherwell fans, are you starting to really look up the way in terms of what this season could be capable of? Give us your thoughts on the same number. And then of course on to tomorrow. What is a European hangover, and will it exist for Celtic or Rangers? Give us a call right now on 0141 951 1025 and we'll speak to you next.
After the action, it's your reaction. 0141 951 1025. Clyde One Super Scoreboard's open line.
The dust is settling after an action-packed Saturday in the Scottish Premiership and beyond, and it's that time, it's the best time of the weekend, quite frankly. It's when you call us and you tell us what you're making of the weekend's action. So let's do it right now. If you are a happy fan, it's probably because you're a supporter of Kilmarnock, Motherwell or Dundee United in the top flight. 3 really important wins in terms of drama. You're not going to beat Kilmarnock 2-0 down, 4 minutes to go, and win 3-2. Yes, Dundee did have 10 men, but still, Andy Halliday, of all people, scoring a winner at Easter Road for Motherwell to see the Steelmen's impressive start to the season continue, and Dundee United leaving Paisley with all 3 points. Give us a call on any of those. Maybe you're still getting over Thursday and Tuesday What is a European hangover, and will Rangers or Celtic suffer from one tomorrow? Give us all your thoughts there, Rangers and Celtic fans, heading into tomorrow's games. And of course, anything else that does tickle your fancy, you can take it away. But plenty of drama to start us off, Hugh.
Yeah, tomorrow's a big day. What is a European hangover? Well, no such thing should exist if you're Celtic playing Ross County and Rangers playing St Johnstone. The only way that Celtic can get over Tuesday, they'll never get over it completely because it was horrendous, but if they play as they played against St Johnstone last weekend, it was a stunning display from Celtic. They have to deliver a performance of a similar nature tomorrow, I think, to just make the fans feel better again. Likewise, Rangers, they're playing St Johnstone, even though Sidibe and Kimpioka are back for St Johnstone and will pose questions. Rangers have to come with a convincing performance. The fans didn't like last Sunday against Hibs. They were iffy about the Rangers performance, certainly iffy about the performance in midweek against Lyon. Philippe Clement has to deliver tomorrow. He said the team would come good in October. October has started with a hefty dunt in the Europa League. So for Celtic and Rangers tomorrow, very interesting.
I don't think there will be a European hangover for either of them, purely because the level of competition they're up against. I think Celtic will deal with Ross County. Pretty simple. And Rangers against St Johnstone. St Johnstone coming off the back of 6 against Celtic in no great shape. I know they've got a new manager, but he's not had time to work with the team, so I think it'll be straightforward. The interesting one, Hearts v Aberdeen. Can Hearts turn their season round like Kilmarnock may have done today? Because much needed from Derek McInnes. At 2-0 down, we're chatting about how things have went wrong, what he's staring at in the coming weeks, and how the season might just look different from him for him just now when he's sitting in the dressing room. But if you're a betting person, you've put on 3 away wins, you must have got some odds in that today. Kilmarnock, Motherwell and Dundee United, all with huge wins this afternoon.
I agree with Mark. I think that Celtic and Rangers will take care of business tomorrow. I think they'll score goals. I think they'll get back to their winning ways. I think all eyes will be focused on Pittodrie. Can Aberdeen? I totally agree with the lads. Although Hearts are struggling, terrific one on Thursday night away from home. Can that give them a bit of confidence? There's still a big squad. There's still good players there. It's a test for Aberdeen, but Aberdeen are flying just now, and I think Aberdeen and Hearts tomorrow will be a cracker.
Plenty to get through form today though. 01419511025. Let's start with Simon, who's a Kilmarnock fan. What a roller coaster for you today, Simon.
Hi guys, hope you are all doing well.
Not as well as you.
Yeah, so I've just moved house to London for work, and I flew up this morning, and at 2-0 when that goal went in, I thought, you know, what an idiot, what are you doing this, spending all that money for? You're so stupid. And then those 3 goals, do you know what, we deserved the win. I think seeing the goals, especially the incidents back, looking on our phones and stuff, it's a red card. You know, it's a second yellow. The first tackle was a late one on Vassell, and in the second one he knew exactly what he was doing. He left his elbow in there, burst Matty Kennedy's face open. It's a second yellow, so I don't think there could be any complaints about that, but we absolutely thoroughly deserved the 3 points. We were in complete control in the second half, not creating chance after chance, but yeah, it's just great to get that monkey off our back. And you know, I don't think many people, Kelly fans wise, were worrying. You know, I know you guys and Hugh and all that were saying that Kelly might be starting to question about their season, but nobody that was Kelly fan was really worrying. We knew we were playing well. We knew we've got a good squad. We knew things would turn. Nobody's panicking. Nobody's calling for the manager to get sacked or even be in trouble at all. So, you know, it's glad that it's finally got a monkey off our back, and we can now look forward to the rest of the season.
Do you think it's the obvious sort of question, Simon, when you win, but particularly win in that manner? And we did say that, you know, the performance levels, it's not like they've been far off. So do you feel like this can be a proper kickstart, a real big moment going forward?
Yeah, absolutely. The performances haven't been bad at all. You know, that St Johnstone game aside, and obviously Celtic won the first game of the season, but there was mitigating factors with that as well. But I don't think the performances have been bad. We've been playing really, really well. We've just not had that clinical touch. We've not had a bit of luck, you know, as you know, with the VAR decisions that went against us in recent weeks. So it's nice that we got a decision for us today. And yeah, I think we thoroughly deserved it. I think the changes really worked. Gary Mackay-Steven coming on, he just brings that little bit of magic And, down the right, him cutting in, he was fantastic when he came on. Rory McKenzie brought a lot of energy when he replaced Davy Watson. So, yeah, just absolutely delighted. I feel like we deserve it. And, the start of the season hasn't been ideal. I think a lot of the club maybe felt a bit like a hangover from Europe. It was, a big expense for us. It was especially for the fans as well. And, it took a lot of energy out of us. We're not the team like Hearts or Rangers or Celtic who have the squad to be able to deal with that amount of games in that short time. It did come back to bite us, but we wouldn't change that for the world. And today, what an incredible comeback, and it's one of those games that we'll be talking about at the end of the season.
You never truly know, Hugh, until you just let time pass, but it certainly has the makings of what looks like it could be a really big win, that, for Kilmarnock.
Well, I'm delighted that Simon's gone from the big smoke to a team on fire, and that is a corner turning moment, as I said a few minutes ago. That kind of sequence, 2 down to 3-2 win, that for me has to be the corner turning moment for Derek McInnes and the Kilmarnock players. It has to fill them full of belief. Their next game, and I'm sure Simon will be on that plane again, Kilmarnock against Rangers at Rugby Park. That will tell a few tales, Simon.
Yeah, absolutely. Don't fear Rangers at all. They're absolutely rotten. Don't fear them whatsoever coming on the plastic at Rugby Park. They've not got a good record there. Our tails will be up after this, and yeah, that's going to be a cracking game, I think. And that might be the final nail in Clement's coffin, because I don't think he's got long left. But so just looking forward to that. Can actually rest and enjoy the international break now, so that'll be fun.
Yeah, I suppose, Gordon, this would have been a big win anyway, no matter when it came. But can you imagine that was another? And I take Simon's point. I don't disagree with that. I didn't think St Mirren, Kilmarnock fans were panicking or questioning Derek McInnes, but that can only go on so long, because then it starts setting in where you start worrying, well, maybe things are just never going to go for us. The performance levels are fine, we're not getting results, and here comes an international break to stew over it all. So to win that way at any time, yes, but to do it going into the break, it just looks like that'll have a big impact.
Let's not be kidded. It's great to say after the game, we weren't panicking, but you've got to get that first one. There's no doubt, and as games are going on, that you start looking at fixtures. Now, as much as Simon, quite rightly so, he's a Kilmarnock fan, very confident that Rangers are turning up for the next game. If they'd have lost that today and then Rangers turning up, you'd probably fancy Rangers to beat Kilmarnock. I know Simon would disagree with that, and I totally understand. Then all of a sudden it goes another game. Now, see, for the sake of not just the supporters, for the manager, for the players, for everyone concerned, who's probably been working very hard every single day and training every week, just looking for that first win. If you'd have said to Kilmarnock 86 minutes on the clock, we'll give you a point, they'd have been over the moon with it. Down to the fact that they're playing against 10 men. Dundee are 2-0 up, but well done to them. I said earlier, Gordon, I tipped Kilmarnock for big things. I thought they got it right last year. They had a terrific season. They've got a very good squad. I think they've got a very good manager, and maybe this is just the wee sort of a turning point they need to kick on.
See, when you're the team that's down to 10 mark and that first one goes in, is that when everything just saps out of you, because you just know that the mood's totally changed, Kelly's tails are up, you're starting to panic, all that hard work you've done keeping them out.
Every few yards seems like a mile that you need to run, and the tide is just swarming towards your goal, and that's what it sounded like happened today. Simon's right, you've got to give Derek McInnes again credit for changing things. I was just having a wee look at the substitutions here, who he brought on, and at what times, and they make a difference. And for the players involved in that, they've had a horrendous start to the season, no doubt about it, but that victory will stay with them probably the rest of their career. They'll look back at that. I think it will be a turning point, because Simon said it, you said it earlier, the performances haven't been that bad, so there's nothing really drastic to fix there with Kilmarnock, apart from just something falling their way. And that's what's happened this afternoon. And
it finally puts to bed, Simon, the theory that Derek McInnes and Tony Docherty just carve out draws between the sides.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what we're saying. When the first goal went in, I agree with what Mark was saying there. When the first goal went in for us today, we were sitting there and we said to each other, we're winning this now. You felt something. You felt an energy in the performance. And I just want to say as well, to credit to Bobby Wales, the youngster who came on. You scored that goal in Europe to get the draw against Tromsø, and today came on, brought the ball down, skinned his man, took it to the byline, and played it over to Kennedy to score the winner. And that's brilliant from that young man to show that composure as well for such a young guy. And big things for him, and hopefully big things from us going forward.
Well, thank you very much to Simon. Safe trip back to London. The artist formerly known as Simon from Kilmarnock, he's now Simon from London, I guess. But anyway, 01419511025. More time to react to today's talking points if you so wish. Motherwell fans, St Mirren fans, where are you to join in? Then what about tomorrow? Celtic fans, Rangers fans, is there any possibility of a European hangover? What would you do to your team, both of you? Are you making a couple of tweaks? In fact, Celtic will have to, because there's no Greg Taylor. Cameron Carter-Vickers is also still out. Would you tweak anything else, Rangers fans, as well? Give us your thoughts. We'll speak to you next.
After they play, you have your say. 0141 951 1025. Clyde One Super Scoreboard's open line.
Hugh Keevins, Mark Wilson and Gordon DL are here reflecting on today's football, looking ahead to tomorrow's football, reacting to any other talking points that you find appropriate. You can decide. 0141 951 1025. We've already had a very happy Kilmarnock fan, and understandably, given that result today. What about you Motherwell fans? You must be delighted as well. No such delight for St Mirren supporters. So how are you feeling after that home defeat to Dundee United? And as for tomorrow, it's pretty straightforward. It's all about Europe really still. How do you respond, Celtic and Rangers fans? Will there be any sort of hangover? What would you do to the team? Would you change things? Would you mix things up a bit? Are there any players that failed their tests so drastically during the week that you'd want to see them changed? I suppose, like we said, Mark, there is a an opportunity there. Alex Valle came on at half time. He'll have to play again. There's no Greg Taylor.
Yeah, I thought Valle looked good. One of the plus points of the other night. I thought Hatate as well added something when he came on. Celtic have got the squad to rotate. There's no doubt about that. Luke McCowan, will he come into the manager's thinking? I'm not too sure. You can actually even go for Ida, who will be looking to start a game after his £9 million move. So he's getting embarrassment of riches, and Celtic always usually negotiate that fixture up there pretty simply. I don't think it'll be any different tomorrow.
Chance for you obviously need that a bit, Gordon, don't you? If you are any player who comes in, there's a player in front of you who's performing well. It's just the harsh reality of football. You're not happy that they get injured in that respect, but you just need to see that as your opportunity. And it'll be interesting to see. Maybe Alex Valle does come in and perform sensationally well and stays in the team. I think there's a lot of goodwill in the tank still, domestically for sure, for Greg Taylor, but we'll see.
Yeah, I thought he looked decent when he came on the other night there in a very difficult circumstances. I think that Brendan Rodgers, as Mark quite really pointed out, the disposal of so many good players, he can change it, even add into the mix that he could bring in Forrest, for instance, coming off the Palmas there as well. He can change his front three, still have quality, the middle of the park as well. He'll probably keep the captain in there, but there'll be a lot of changes. But I just think that it's an opportunity. If you've been sitting on the bench, that probably the starting 11, his strongest starting 11. You've got an opportunity to get in there and really, really stake a claim and say, do you know what, every time I get the chance to go and play, I'm going to make sure I do very well, keep in the manager's thoughts and try and put a bit of pressure on him. But I see Celtic winning that comfortably tomorrow.
He will presumably, maybe that's a bit ahead, Hugh, but pull out of the Scotland
squad. Yeah,
you'd have to think so.
Yeah, you'd have to think so. I'm just looking at the recent run for both teams. Celtic, 20 goals scored, none conceded in the league, flawless in the league. Ross County, 1 win in their last 6 games. If Celtic don't come away from Dingwall with all 3 points, they have made a real mess of it.
Yeah, and I think they will, Hugh. Like I said, the way that they've been playing, I think we need to set Tuesday night to the side and remember domestically how Celtic have been playing. Some of the goals that they've scored, the opportunities that they create, just their style of play has been so eye-catching and it's been enjoyable to watch. So I don't think all of that will be abandoned when they resume league duty tomorrow. You're playing against different opposition Tuesday, high-class opposition who punish Celtic. Ross County, with the greatest respect to them, don't have individuals that can do that. And for me, Celtic will take the game right through the off to Ross County, and they can do it in a number of ways, and Ross County probably won't be able to live with it. So but it's important that they do get the 3 points. Important that they probably try and get an early goal, because the longer those games wear on, we've all been there, the stickier it can become and the crowd can get restless.
Yeah, because I think, Gordon, I'd imagine it would be harder if you don't have that big body of work of impressive domestic performances. Maybe you would start to doubt yourself. Just naturally, if you get a blow to the confidence like they did on Tuesday. But it seems pretty clear to everyone that the only thing that was different was the standard of opposition. And the Celtic players would have been flying prior to that. They're not going to feel that much different, are they, on the back of...
Take the Dortmund game out the road, Gordon. You'd be expecting Celtic just to go about business the same way as they started off the season. They're getting up, they're running over the top of teams, they're scoring plenty of goals, they're able to change their squad, their players, they're bringing in quality after quality. I don't see any difference tomorrow at Ross County. I think Brendan Rodgers will have already addressed what happened on Tuesday night in Germany, and all focus will be on Dingwall tomorrow, and I think they'll get a comfortable one.
Well, get your calls into us on 01419511025. Celtic fans, how do you see tomorrow going? Is there any danger whatsoever of a European hangover, or is that just nonsense? Would you change the team? Where would you change it? What would you do to mix things up, if at all? Here was the thoughts of Brendan Rodgers.
Seeing them play, they obviously in a sort of 3-5-2 structure, from the build-up. It'll go direct up to the strikers. Young Ronan Hale's done really well coming in from Cliftonville, scored 3 goals in 7 games, and he'll have an enthusiasm to play against Celtic, I'm sure. And so they're always tough games, tight pitch. We'll have a great support there, and we aim to get back on track with a high performance level of what we've shown, and look to bounce back with a good victory. But we know up there it's always tough.
It's hard to imagine, Mark, that there's any sort of extra incentive, because like we said, Celtic were performing at pretty much a near optimum domestic level anyway. But just maybe if you felt a bit hard done by or whatever from some of the criticism during the week, I think Celtic players will have a bit of fire in the belly to go and send out a statement tomorrow.
Yeah, you know what, I think Brendan Rodgers will use everything he's got. I think he's that type of manager to try and focus and concentrate his players on the job in hand tomorrow. And if he might draw on some of that and just say, look, let's show the team that we really are in this league, and look at the criticism that you got, you were way off it. But I think they also, an element, they will all hold their hand up and, admit that. So the press and the media that have these comments are right sometimes as well, and they can hear that, and that's fine. But the players will know that as well, so they'll be more looking to put it right.
I suppose that these things are entirely separate, aren't they? Because it doesn't put it right in a sense, Hugh. But it's
the next performance.
The challenge,
the only way they can
the challenge is so separate, though.
I think the only way you can go with a demoralising experience, and Dortmund was demoralising, is to give a stimulating account of yourself in the next match. Celtic, as I said, have been flawless in the Premiership. Not even a goal conceded.
That's true, yeah.
So they have to give one of those stimulating performances that, as they showed in Perth last weekend, they are well capable of. It's the only way. You're not going to get over a Champions League defeat of that magnitude by beating Ross County, but at least you can satisfy yourself that in your own domestic league, which you're there to win, you have to do it at places like Dingwall.
And it's the intensity that will be key, because that's been the eye-catching thing, I think, about Celtic since pre-season. They've been at it from minute one, coming off the back of a game where you lose 7 and you've not had a lot of the ball and you've got big distances to cover. I know you're going Tuesday to Sunday and there is plenty of time to recover. It's still a big ask to keep that intensity really topped up, and that's why you might just look at one or two who didn't start the other night coming in and playing from the start tomorrow.
I think there'll be a lot of changes tomorrow. I really do. I think you could change that front 3 immediately and still have quality, pace, goals. Hatate probably come into starting lineup. McCown is another one that's desperately waiting to get his chance as well. So I think there's an opportunity just to freshen it up, give the sort of fringe players, as we'll call them, an opportunity to go out and shine. Enough quality to beat Ross County. I think Celtic will be at it.
Is there any word on Alistair Johnson? Because he was left out.
Yeah, he trained.
Yeah, he was left out of Canada's squad. The back 4 then: Alistair Johnson, Austin Trusty, Liam Scales, and Alex Vai. So it's not the usual back 4, but.
Do you remember when Brendan Rodgers first came in and he went to Barcelona and was on the wrong end of a 7?
Yep.
The very next game they went to the Highlands and they drew 2 each at Inverness. That means absolutely nothing. Just thought I'd tell you, just in case.
Inverness was a bogey ground for Celtic. I know that from experience. In case you're struggling to sleep tonight, you can recall that. But anyway, Celtic fans, what would you do to the team tomorrow? Who would you like to see brought in? What changes would you like to see? I am assuming most of you don't think there is such a thing this time as a European hangover, but if you want to put me right or in fact agree, do that as well. But what would you do with the team? 01419511025 right now. Maybe a bit more of a difficult question for Rangers, Gordon, although again, if you wanted to hand pick a home game against St Johnstone, wouldn't be far off what you would choose after a European difficulty, is it?
Yeah, home game against St Johnstone, who obviously shipped 6th last week. They're the same. They've got to bounce back. They've got options as well, Gordon, that they can freshen 1 or 2 positions up. I'd be surprised if Clement doesn't do that. They need a big result as well. They need to bounce back. They need to bounce back in style. They're at Ibrox.
Tavernier starting.
Oh, that's a good one. Rangers fans, quickly, would you start James Tavernier tomorrow? Yes or no? 01419511025.
I said about 3 weeks ago, and I got it wrong. I thought he was going to leave Tavernier out. It's now getting closer. He subbed him the other night there. He had a torrid time. I don't know, Hugh. It's a good question. I think a lot of Rangers fans out there would be saying, yeah, it's time to maybe put Sterling in there at right back. They've just given him a new contract. He needs to cement down a position. Everybody wants him to play there, but you're leaving out your captain. You're leaving out a guy that very seldom misses a game. But I'm sure there'll be other changes throughout the team tomorrow night against St Johnstone.
He's just not performing well this season, and I don't think the armband should save you from that. I looked at his reaction, was it the second or third goal, where they get done for the halfway line, and you see him almost give up in it and jog back, and then it's squared, and you think if you kept your run going and you kept it at a good pace, you're probably getting back there to stop that pass.
I think so.
He's getting close.
Because it's funny,
he's getting close.
The first time I watched it, I was a bit like, and I see a lot of people saying this, is that desire there? I felt like when I watched it again, is he ever making up that ground? Maybe it's not an excuse anyway.
He's making that up because it's a jog, and you have to think if he's going at top speed to get back in because he's desperate.
But those guys were going pretty quick.
They were, but remember the play slowed down when it got to the box. That's where he's going at top speed. He's in that position, so that's a worrying sign. But see, on the ball, it was his great strength, and he could pick passes and he could cross and he would assist. It's not been there this season.
So what do you think tomorrow? Let's take
good opportunity.
He was taken off so early in the game against Lyon that I thought, is this the beginning of the end for James Tavernier? It's a big call on the part of Philippe Clement, because the crowd are not having a lot of what's going on. We had the example of Dessers giving the fans back what they were giving him when Rangers were still at Hampden. We had Czerny last week giving it to the fans after they were giving it to him, and the manager having to have a word with them when he subbed them straight away. The crowd are in an irritable mood. They don't need a slow start against St Johnstone. They want to see fire, and they are also iffy on the subject of the captain. They think that the time has come now. So it's a big call on Clement's part.
Come on then, give us one of your famous Hugh Keevins predictions.
He'll start.
I don't think he should start, but then Philippe Clement seems to see a totally different game from I do on most post-match press conferences, where he describes things different from what I've watched. So maybe he sees Tavernier still doing his job, but I think a lot of Rangers fans
presumably doesn't to the same extent, having
whipped him.
I do wonder, Gordon, if this is an easier one though. You can start him, and then you've not made the big statement, you've not got the big drama about dropping him and dropping the captain. It should be, again, no disrespect, but on paper it's more of a gentle fixture. It's at home, it's against St Johnstone, and then you can still take him off anyway and give Casemiro or Sterling the game time they deserve. Is that like the sort of safest, most predictable option?
It's the safest, but I don't think it's maybe.
So what do you think he'll do?
I think that, one, I don't like people questioning people like Tavernier's desire, right? Because I think that he's not playing well, but I would never question players' desire. I think at the end of the day, you go through bad times. I think that I said it 3 weeks ago that I thought he was going to leave him out. I think this is opportunity now that tomorrow night, 8 o'clock at home after Thursday night, taking him off, it's the opportunity to leave him out. I would not be surprised if he does not lead Rangers out tomorrow night at Ibrox.
Well, what do you think, Rangers fans? 01419511025. Get your calls in right now on that topic. We're starting to get reaction from today's games coming in. Here's Stuart Kettlewell, a 2-1 win for Motherwell at Hibs.
I think probably if I look at the bigger picture, I think we were great in the first half at all. I thought we rode our luck, have to be honest in saying that, no doubt about it. They had plenty of pressure, plenty of balls into good areas, plenty of efforts at our goal. Carried a little bit of a threat, but probably not enough. And then I thought at the start of the second half, I think there's a moment where Zach Robinson presses the goalkeeper, and then we get good pressure out in their right hand side, and I think that just gave us a lift and a wee bit of belief that we're a good team and that we can compete on all fronts. And then from there, yeah, we rely on our goalkeeper and a couple of saves. You're always going to when you come here, but I thought it became a far more evenly matched game of football, and I'm delighted for the bits of quality at set plays. We're going to have to score goals all different ways. Especially happy for Apostolos to get his first goal for the football club as well. It's been a frustrating period for him, but there's so many players in my team at this minute in time that are performing at such a high level. So to come here and get the victory is really, really good, because I did say before the game, I feel that they've went up a level as a football club, Hibs. So it was always going to be a tough day for us.
Well, great win
yeah,
for Motherwell Q.
But if he thinks Hibs have got up a level, he's the only one. So they're on the same number of points as Rangers now, Motherwell. I know they play the game more, but it's a commendable start to the season. It's a terrific result for them. Doesn't matter what kind of state Hibs are in, you have to go away and win at a difficult place, and they've done it.
He's been listen, he's got to take a lot of credit. Sometimes he comes in for a bit of criticism, especially early on for the Motherwell fans. But he's had a big turnaround in the close season gone. Brought in a lot of players. Sometimes that takes time to gel together. But he's certainly got them playing. He's got them playing with belief. They're winning games and they're sitting up there pretty in the league. So he's going into the international break a very happy manager.
It's interesting, Mark, because when they had that long winless run last season, you can't argue with that. Results are king. Managers will eventually pay the price. But you'll know this as well, and players don't always say this, but everybody you speak to really likes Stuart Kettlewell. I'm being truthful on that, and you'll hear grumbles, and it's never really going to be my place to reveal publicly that X player doesn't like X manager. But just as a bat, every player really seems impressed with him. But he's now getting the results now. Back that up as well. I wonder if he's maybe not quite getting the credit he deserves.
I think you're spot on with that, because he gets overlooked. You look at the other managers that get mentioned when they're doing well, and he's sort of the last one. But people start sitting up and taking notice when you get results like today. And like you says, you go level in points with Rangers, people start looking at the league table, and I know it's only 7 games played, but it's still a good job. I think back to that game at Hampden where he had maybe 3 or 4 injuries throughout that game, and you're thinking they're going to struggle because the squad was thin. But he recruited really well and got players in quickly, and they've got a large squad. But like you say, if you've got that likeability, if the squad really buys into what you are as a person, as well as your tactical kind of side of your game, you'll always have a chance.
Okay, 0141 951 1025. More calls next.
It's Clyde One Super Scoreboard's open line 0141 951 1025.
Hugh Keevins, Gordon Dalziel, Mark Wilson in the studio reacting to whatever you've got for them, really. It could be today's football, tomorrow's football, a wider talking point off the back of European action. We've had the luxury, of course, of doing that all week. We're here all week, every night, so we've done it a lot, but you can keep coming if you want more. We're talking about Rangers tomorrow. There's a good debate starting in here about whether Rangers will start James Tavernier or not tomorrow. Remind me how the voting went.
Oh, I went against.
I said he will start.
Against.
I don't think he'll start.
Okay, well, Rangers fans, what do you think? You can be the deciding vote on that one. 01419511025. Let's hear from Scott Brown. They lost a top of the table clash against Falkirk, Ayr United.
Very disappointing. The word go. Didn't believe that we could win the game. I think we came here, got a little bit of shock, the fans, and we've done our own thing individually. And what we've been really good at is working as a unit. We've been structurally solid, but today wasn't that. And throughout the whole squad, you can't give anyone praise today. But for me, I think I got a little bit wrong as well. I should have played Big Gio up top, that little bit of physicality, and caused them a little bit more problems, because you can see the start of the game, the second half style. We start miles better. We get a wee bit of unluckiness for the through ball, but we didn't deserve to. We lose 2-0 today. This should have been 4 or 5.
I like that when a manager says, I got it wrong, I should have played, well, Big Gio is George Oakley to everyone else.
Surprised he didn't play Oakley actually for the start, because he's been a good signing for him, but that's quite refreshing, because managers, sometimes shy away from that, but collectively not good enough. And Scott holds himself to high standards, and that's reflected there in his interview.
We were debating in here whether or not James Tavernier should play and will play for Rangers tomorrow. It's not often we see him come off as early as he did on Thursday. Nadeem is a Rangers fan. What's your take on it all?
Hi, Gordon. Yeah, I mean, obviously Thursday night wasn't a great result for us. Yeah, it was poor all round. There weren't many Rangers players that got past marks. I totally accept that. But what really angered me to phone up today was Mark's comments around saying that Tavernier shouldn't start. Now I understand that he's going through a bit of a sticky patch just now, right? He's not got the best form just now, but the man's he's been an absolute legend and an absolute stalwart for Rangers over the last 8, 9 years. How many years has it been since he's been at the club? He's the captain of the club. Yeah, I agree with you, Mark, in that aspect. That just because you're the captain doesn't mean that you're immune to being substituted or to be benched. I totally get that. But for me, what does make you immune to that is what you've done in the past. He's the highest ever British goal scoring defender. The amount of assists he gets year on year. So far this season, he's not been as high as he has been previously.
See the problem with that argument, Nadeem, with respect, because you're allowed to think that he's to stay in the team. That's fine. That's what we're asking for. But he's always going to be now the highest scoring British defender. So let me ask you this: what would it take for him to drop out of the team? Because see, if it's not now, that's fine. But what would it take? Because you can't say in 3 years' time he's performing like Gordon Dalziel in his 60s, but say, he's a legend at the club and he's the top scorer in Europe. That doesn't keep you in the team.
No, but Gordon, this is probably the first time that in his time at Rangers, really, where he's been getting loads of stick about his performances. So what I'm saying is that the grace that he's built up over the last years and years of being one of the best performers in the team year on year, that should be buying him time to get his form back on the pitch. In my opinion, he is still the best right back at the club. Yes, he got a bit of a chasing on Thursday night, but so did all the other players. Nobody in the Rangers squad covered themselves in glory. So the fact that he's went through years and years and years having performing really well, that should buy him grace to hopefully work at his game and get his form back.
Yeah, I think that's fair. There is such a thing as goodwill in the tank, Mark.
Yeah.
But what do you think?
Well, I have to disagree with Nadeem, because it isn't the first time Tavernier's had stick about his performance. I've been on this show long enough to have heard lots of Rangers fans come on and say he shouldn't be the captain, he's not captain material, this, that and the next thing. I would agree with Nadeem that I thought some of that criticism was harsh at times, and I said that because Tavernier has been a wonderful servant for Rangers, a brilliant right back who scores plenty of goals and plenty of assists. But Gordon, you highlighted it there, that counts for nothing. If you're looking for your club, your team that you support to move forward, you need to look for what's the best now. And as James Tavernier fell below the standards that he's set himself, 100%. That's in possession, and for me out of possession, where sometimes I think he has been weak over the years, but then he's not doing it in possession. So you look at your bench, who you've got. Have you got an upgrade? Are you trying to develop the next kind of player coming through? I guess Philippe Clement is, when he's given Sterling a contract and he's got Casemiro.
The years gone by are your legacy, and his legacy is enshrined, and that's fine. Philippe Clement has got challenges to meet now. Starting with St Johnstone, he has to get over the Lyon result. He has a Motherwell side who are resurgent in the semi-final of the Premier Sports Cup. He has Pataudry to go to in the league, which is going to be a real test of everyone concerned. And the fact is, he has to get a decision made on Tavernier. Is he still as good as he once was? There's Tottenham to come, Man U to come, all the rest of it. Your legacy does not entitle you to a place in the present.
I think you do explain it in a really fair way, Nadeem. If he's still the best right back at the club, then he plays. Are we at the stage though where you need to find out if that's the case? Because of course he's the best if he's the only one that plays. But you know, Sterling has been given a contract. Philippe Clement says he knows where his best position is, and he kind of left it at that, didn't say any more. And Casemiro's not done much wrong. Are we not at least then at a stage where you can acknowledge James Tavernier's not flying? You're at home to St Johnstone. You don't need to drop James Tavernier forever, but when do Casemiro and or Dujon Sterling get a crack at it?
I mean, I suppose that's a fair point, Gordon. But what I would say is, does Philippe Clement see Sterling playing as a right back for Rangers? You know, because he's played in so many different positions. That does he really think? Because he's not come out in so many words and said that.
You're right, but I think he might, Mark. It's just a personal theory because he hasn't said it, but he's also not said he sees him
elsewhere in the team as a
Elsewhere.
midfielder. You've got to think he is. I mean, Rangers have got players in the midfield area without keep moving Sterling in there.
Well, he's done a good job. We've praised him a million times, Gordon, but if you're talking about Rangers going to the next level, we're talking about, you know, we know what that means, challenging Celtic, winning trophies. Is Dujon Sterling in that midfield? And he's certainly not one of your wide players, which is, again, he's done fine and he's had to come in. But if you were talking about him really being in a next level Rangers team, would it not be at right back?
Yeah, I think that you've got to be fair to the lad. If you're going to change it, he is a natural right back. Play him in his position and see what he can do.
Thank you, Nadeem, who does put up a good case. Let's get a view from John in Shettleston. Take it away, John.
Hi guys, thanks very much for taking my call.
Pleasure.
It's just that the last caller there talking about all the times, like accolades, kind of stuff that he's got right. Nobody can deny he's got all these. It's very good. He's done really well for the club, but that's the past. He's not doing it now. He does seem to be a bit of the whipping boy sometimes. I get that, but you can't start bringing up all his past accolades. If he's not doing it here now, then you can't be playing. It's as simple as that. You're not as good as your last game with Rangers. That's really Rangers or Celtic. That's it. And this whole thing about playing him maybe further up in midfield, not one Rangers manager has done that.
Yeah, I think we need to knock that on the head, Hugh.
Yeah.
John makes such a great point. The number of times we've heard James Tavernier play him elsewhere, and as John explains that perfectly, every manager's had the chance to do that and none have been interested in it.
No, it won't happen. The debate starts with Philippe Clement's decision to remove James Tavernier in a Europa League tie at Ibrox, in which Rangers are being turned over, and take him off so early. He is the captain. They were playing at home. He has had a difficult time. It's a big call from Clement because, as I said, there are so many challenges coming up in a hurry to meet Rangers. He has to make that call. Tavernier in, out.
Just out of curiosity, John, would you do it tomorrow, even if it is just to have a look? Is that an area you would consider?
Yeah. I mean, if you're not going to do it tomorrow, when are you going to do it? You know, so I would definitely do it tomorrow. Just on that again, the goal that I know nobody was great the other night and what have you, but I think the only difference between us and Leon was the front three. They were absolutely brilliant. It was the same time the whole time at the time with Tav. It's the same goal that always seems to catch him out. You could see Tav looking at Flofan the whole time, and then when he looked away, Flofan just went a run straight away, and there's the ball in the back of the net. It happens to him constantly. It happened to him constantly since Jamie Walker at Hearts, and it's still happening to him now. I don't know how he's not opening his body up maybe a bit more, just so he can see a bit of the player and more. As soon as you show that player your number on your back, they've got you beat. But I don't understand it. I know that.
Yeah, appreciate the input, John. I think that's two cases well put forward. Nadeem saying Tavernier's still the man, stick with him, and John saying not sure. I think you both backed it up well, which is all we can really ask for. Thank you very much to John, who will bring the show to a close. Thank you to Hugh Keevins, Mark Wilson, Gordon Dalziel, the top team round the grounds, and by a mile the most important people as always, you, for listening, for putting up with us on a Saturday, and especially those who get involved with the show as well. We've finally been beaten by the SPFL scheduling department. You know that usually if Celtic and Rangers are on a Sunday, we will always try and be there for you, but my goodness, I cannot put Hugh Keevins through an 11 o'clock till 11 o'clock show on Clyde One Super Scoreboard. They've beaten us this time, but we're back on Monday from 6 o'clock to go over all the weekend's big talking points. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday with the GBX.
The Clyde One Super Scoreboard Podcast.
With Luker's Land Rover. Looking to sell your Land Rover? Contact them today for a no-obligation quotation.
At Barclays, we're here for every goal. We're here for the Premier League and the Barclays Women's Super League. We're here for the football chants and for giving more girls a chance. We're here for the grassroots and all the muddy boots. From schools to stadiums, we're here for it all. Barclays, here for every goal.